Chapter 711. Inside the world of the giant tree, Lin Feng was still cultivating. Even if the Yenling mansion was turned upside down, it had nothing to do with him. He had to focus on cultivation. What could he achieve if he slacked off? Once he started cultivating, he had to focus and leave everything else behind. This was the reason why Lin Feng's strength kept improving in the past 6 months. Just like the giant tree seed in the wood life astrolabe, it grew little by little. At this moment, there was only 1 month left in the half-year cultivation period. That was 3 rounds of time in the world of the giant tree. The 16th round. Phew! Lin Feng let out a long breath. His tightly shut eyes flashed with a bright luster. A cluster of flames suddenly appeared in his hands. He was like a wild beast, full of ferocious and violent aura. The flames rose high and radiated light as if they were going to devour everything. The power of the attack was obvious. The devouring fire. Finally, I caught up with the flame of rebirth. Lin Feng smiled. In terms of attack power, the devouring fire was more powerful than the flame of rebirth. However, one was controlled by the human soul, belonging to the martial god, while the other was controlled by the life soul, belonging to the celestial spirit master. The devouring fire had greatly improved in the extreme road phoenix realm. It had broken through to the 60th level. All along, it had been far behind the flame of rebirth. Now, the devouring fire could finally hold its head high. However, compared to the flame of rebirth, there was still a gap. After all, the flame of rebirth was not limited to the 60th level. Most importantly, the flame of rebirth had an inexhaustible supply of energy in battle. This was something that the devouring fire could not compare to. Every 10 levels was a threshold. The 60th level was the limit of the star sea level. If one wanted to climb higher, it would take more than 10 times more time and energy to reach the 50th level of the flame of rebirth when he was at the Star River level. However, it was not necessary. The reason why the flame of rebirth continued to cultivate after reaching the 60th level was to not waste time. However, the devouring fire was different. If the devouring fire wanted to cultivate in the extreme road phoenix realm, it had to be brought by the main body. In other words, the main body could not cultivate in the world of the giant tree. Of course, efficiency had to be considered. The martial god still has the advantage in terms of strength of the human soul. However, with the current devouring fire, its power should be quite terrifying. Lin Feng smiled faintly. During this half a year of cultivation in the world of the giant tree, he had improved tremendously in all aspects. The strength of the war god alone was enough to kill Juan Macho. Not to mention, he still had the fire of devouring and the fire of rebirth. Times have changed. If I fuse the power of each tier 60 and create a magnetic explosion, I'm afraid that even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't be able to survive. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. He remembered that even the magnetic explosion had failed to kill Juan Macho because the fire of devouring was too weak. That was why it had been a hindrance. But now, the power of his flames, very strong. His devouring flames had also reached the 60th level. Lin Feng no longer had any worries. He wholeheartedly began to charge towards the 10th level of War God's Star Control Force. The secret doppelganger entered the Phoenix realm of the extreme road without wasting any time. His main body, on the other hand, began to comprehend. Huff inhale, Lin Feng breathed in and out gently. His breathing was long and even. Quietly sitting cross-legged on the ground, using the astral treasure staff and the star ring as a bridge, he quickly entered that wondrous state and saw the existence of the Ursa Major constellation. It was still as majestic and powerful as before. Although compared to the Phoenix constellation, its clarity and perception were slightly inferior, but the power of the constellation was truly majestic. Comprehending and possessing the power of the constellation. It was a very long process. Master said that every constellation has 7 main stars. The main stars are the brightest and most resplendent existences. They are the backbone of the natal constellation. Comprehending and absorbing the energy of the constellation, I will choose a main star. Lin Feng pondered. Immersed in the state of cultivation, he could clearly see the Ursa Major constellation through the astral treasure staff and the star ring. The 7 shining points of light that formed the backbone of the Ursa Major constellation were the main stars. The 7 main stars are different, but there is no difference. No matter which one it is, they are all sacred and powerful existences. Maintain a sincere heart and comprehend the brightest one. In his mind, what his master said appeared. Lin Feng's heart became very calm. The brightest star he saw was the first one, the main star at the top. It was much brighter than the other stars. This is it. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Comprehending the energy of the constellation, his mind was calm. Strands of energy seeped into his body. Because he had already undergone the body cleansing, his body would not reject the energy of the constellation. In fact, most of the energy of the constellation entered the human soul, like a layer of thin mist gently enveloping the ball of star power. And a small part of it was like water dew, merging into the body bit by bit. It was like slowly accepting a new thing, making him more familiar with the natal constellation. This was a process that could not be rushed. Wild Goose Feather Sect. Fierce Yen School, you do have some skills. Juan Macho smiled. There were wisps of light in his eyes, but he was calm and did not care at all. Patriarch, Fierce Goose Sect promised great benefits and gathered so many allied forces. Should we also? Wan Mang hesitated, carefully glancing at Juan Macho. It had always been other forces that came to beg the Thousand Goose Feather Tribe. When had the Thousand Goose Feather Tribe ever lowered their heads? Unlike Fierce Goose Sect, the Thousand Goose Feather Tribe had ancient traditions and foundations. There were many things that the Thousand Goose Feather Tribe could not do, and would not do. Ignore it. Juan Macho's lips curled up slightly. Patriarch. Juan Mang was a little anxious. All right, I know what you want to say. Juan Macho frowned slightly, closed his eyes, and exhaled softly. As the Patriarch, the clan's interest should be the prerequisite. It's not that I can't put down my face, but… Juan Macho opened his eyes and sneered. There's no need for that. Juan Mang was stunned, looking at Juan Macho in confusion. Fierce Goose Sect seems to have the upper hand now, but it has exposed the fact that they are not confident enough. Juan Macho smiled faintly. This so-called allied forces are just a motley crew. They only care about benefits and are fence-sitters. When the wind blows, they will definitely disperse. At first, I thought that Fierce Goose Sect was strong after killing Pajuan, but it was just a flash in the pan. They are now at their wits' end. Juan Macho's eyes were cold and arrogant. He was like a king with a domineering aura that made Juan Mang submit willingly. He cupped his hands and said, Then what should we do next, Patriarch? Gather the troops and prepare for the general attack. Juan Macho's eyes were full of killing intent. 7 days. Only 7 days, and my injuries will be healed, and my strength will return to peak condition. When the time comes, I will wash Fierce Goose Sect with blood. Bang. His aura was firm. Juan Macho clenched his fists tightly. This time, he was full of confidence. Fierce Goose Sect. In the end, I can't hide it from Juan Macho. Ji Jin smiled and shook his head. Master, it's so urgent now, and you're still smiling. Ji Russian looked worried. The Allied forces are already very uneasy. They should have received the warning from the Wild Goose Sect, and will probably kill them without mercy. Now, they are all hesitating. Ignore them, Ji Jin said indifferently. Ji Jin said calmly, Those who walk different paths cannot work together. In the beginning, I was just using them to intimidate the 10,000 races of goose feather. Unfortunately, Juan Macho saw through it, Zhu Ling said helplessly, holding his chin. Among the 3 of them, Zhu Ling's personality was the most similar to Ji Jin's. Since there was no way out, it was useless to be worried. It was better to face it calmly. Is there really no other way, Master? Russian frowned. He didn't expect that after taking over Fierce Goose Sect, he would lose his family before he could even warm the seat of the sect master. We haven't fought for a day, and the outcome is uncertain. Jin's eyes brightened. Although Xiao is still not a match for Juan Macho, if we gather everyone's strength, we might have a chance. At least, we have a 10 to 20% chance of winning. So little? Russian sighed. That's good enough, eldest senior brother, Zhu Ling said casually. Zhu Ling said in a carefree manner. In any case, the seeds of the Fierce Yen School have already been sown. We can fight without any worries. Jin's eyes brightened. Fierce Goose Sect is not a place the Wild Goose Sect can step on and knead as they wish. Today, even if the sect is annihilated, I will make the Wild Goose Sect pay the most painful price. Unfortunately, little junior brother is not here, Zhu Ling said regretfully. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be a great help. That's right. Half a year ago, little junior brother was able to injure Juan Macho. His strength will definitely increase during this half a year. Even if he can't reach Juan Macho's level, he will still be able to greatly increase the battle prowess of our Fierce Yen School. Russian also expressed his regret. Jin shook his head. I misjudged Juan Macho's injury. Jin smiled and said indifferently, it's not necessarily a bad thing. With Feng Er's improvement speed, he may be able to avenge us in the future. Russian and Zhu Ling glanced at each other and nodded. They had always seen Lin Feng's improvement speed. It was indeed shocking. There was no need to die together. The three of them would leave the most valuable seed. Just as their master said, it was not necessarily a bad thing. In the world of the giant tree, day after day passed. Lin Feng kept sensing the main star and cultivating persistently. Traces of constellation power merged with his soul and the original star power, every inch of his skin and every cell in his body. His body was changing, and so was his soul. Before he knew it, Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to the Star Lord level. The 10th gear was the most important. By then, almost half of the 17th round had passed. 5.5 months had passed in the outside world, plus the half-month Lin Feng had been unconscious after using the wind escape. It was exactly half a year that Juan Macho had expected. It was as if it had long been predestined. The track of history was slowly turning, and Lin Feng finally ushered in the final breakthrough to the Star Lord level. The 10th gear. 4th update more. Chapter 712. Pa. Lin Feng's heart trembled when he sensed the powerful energy. It was the transformation of the original star power deep inside his human soul. The star sphere formed by the star power, the star fog formed by the star power, and the star ring that combined the star power and the star power of the star power and the star power of the constellation. The three forces intertwined with each other, as if three guests were living in a big house. From unfamiliar to familiar. In his human soul, the original star power kept changing. This is the 10th grade star power? Lin Feng was shocked. The change of the star fog was like a layer of armor outside his body. It had a unique spirituality. It was a power that was independent of the body. The existence of the natal constellation. No wonder Juan Macho could block the magnetic explosion at such a close distance. So it's the protection of the natal constellation. Lin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, he finally understood. After a long time of assimilating the constellation power, his body and human soul seemed to have formed a complete whole with the constellation power, using it as a bridge to communicate and change. With a thought, the constellation power could spread throughout his body and form a solid defense. Of course, this power was limited. It was similar to the power of a Star Lord. As his human soul changed, his body changed. In an instant, boom! His head shook. Suddenly, a chaotic color flashed in front of him. Lin Feng was shocked. He had come to an endless void. Countless bright stars adorned the horizon. They were densely packed like a compass of starlight, and they were innumerable. The most eye-catching thing was the existence of the giant bear. The Ursa Major constellation. This. Lin Feng was shocked. The scene in front of him was so similar. He had seen the Phoenix constellation that day. In his ears, there seemed to be the roar of the giant bear. It was so powerful that it shook the entire sky. Unparalleled heavenly power. In an instant, the giant bear in front of him was very clear and bright. Lin Feng felt as if he had entered a whole new world when the countless starlight spots appeared before his eyes. The domineering giant bear had already turned into light spots and disappeared, leaving behind 7 sparkling light spots. From the bear's head to the bear's feet, it formed the entire spine of the giant bear. Especially at the bear's head, the light was extremely bright. It was even stronger than the other 6 light spots. Home planet. I comprehended the main star of the Ursa Major constellation. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat excited. The appearance of such a scene meant that he was about to grasp and possess the true power of the constellations. He reached 10th gear. The scene was too familiar. He had seen it before, but it was one of the 7 main stars of the Phoenix constellation. Different from the Ursa Major constellation, the 7 main stars of the Phoenix constellation were extremely bright in front of his eyes. Each of the main stars were brighter than the main stars of the Ursa Major constellation. This was the sensitivity of the constellation, it was simply incomparable. But back then, he was unable to possess the power of the Phoenix constellation. It was because the number of stars was not enough. But now, he already possessed sufficient strength. Of course, it was the human spirit, the star power of the Ursa Major constellation. The light spot on the main star was filled with heavenly might. It was an irresistible and powerful force. It was as if that was the only path before him. Star power was constantly being consumed. Lin Feng extended his hand, lightly touching the main star that was close at hand, yet far away. It was as if a door had opened in the depths of his soul, opening a path to the sky. That was power, the power of the heavens, the true power of the stars. Hua! The energy of the main star was completely released. The dazzling light aura illuminated everything, and nothing else could be seen. The star power in the human spirit vanished. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that he had entered the main star, and entered a mystical world. It was a completely different feeling. Boom! Lightning gathered. Hua! Lin Feng opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Around his body, there was an intense lightning gathering, flickering with an exceptionally powerful force. Very similar. Extremely similar. So much so that he felt an incomparable sense of familiarity. Lightning slaughter, it's like the power of the lightning slaughter. No, it's like the power of the ancient divine beast lightning slaughter. Exactly the same. This is the power of the Ursa Major constellation that I possess. Lightning. Zzz. Lightning was flashing outside his body. In the human spirit, the planet had completely changed. The astral control of the 10th grade had been transformed along with the number of stars. I did it. I've finally reached this level. Lin Feng smiled and clenched his fist. Controlling lightning was like Juan Macho controlling wind. He had caught up with Juan Macho on the path of becoming a warrior, and had also reached the final barrier to break through to the Star Lord level. Fully possessing the power of the constellation meant that he had 1 foot in the Star Lord level. The power of the constellation wasn't the energy of the origin. It was a kind of constitution, an essential existence like the cells in a human body. It was an essential existence. To a martial artist, it was more like a key. In other words, it was stairs. Thousands of members of the Yenling tribe. Boom. The gate was broken. An indifferent figure slowly flashed out. The intense energy was overwhelming and domineering. It was a man surrounded by brown starlight. His eyes were as bright as stars, and he had a domineering aura that seemed to be looking down on the world. Juan Macho, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. The neat and loud voices were like thunder. In the Goose Feather Fairyland, there was a vast expanse of darkness, with no end in sight. All the warriors of the Wild Goose Feather Clan knelt down on one knee. Their faces were filled with respect and conviction. Their eyebrows were shining with a bright luster, gathering their confidence and strength. As long as Juan Macho was here, nothing would be a problem. He was their king. Whoosh whoosh the wind was blowing. Juan Macho's figure fluttered in the wind. The brown starlight moved his body, flashing with divine power. After half a year, Juan Macho had finally recovered all his strength, peak strength. Today's battle is for glory. Juan Macho's figure floated in the air, looking down at everyone with sharp eyes. Victory is not an option. His voice was firm and firm, like rolling thunder. The countless martial artists of the Wild Goose Feather Clan roared in unison. Their aura had reached the peak. The war had finally begun. The mighty army of the Goose Feather tribe moved out. They all came out. This was a real war, a war that would determine the final ownership of the Goose Feather tribe. All the Star Sea level warriors joined the war. Star River level warriors had no value at all in this level of battle. They were just cannon fodder. The two strongest forces of the Goose Feather tribe finally started a head-on battle. Led by Juan Macho, the army was unimpeded all the way to where the fierce Yen school was. Juan Macho went straight to the point, not needing any tactics at all. In the face of true decisive power, all schemes and tricks were useless. Victory and defeat were decided by strength. The entire Goose Feather tribe was in a state of panic. Wherever the Goose Feather tribe went, all the forces avoided them. No one dared to provoke them. Such power was enough to sweep the entire Goose Feather tribe. Juan Macho used his actions to tell all the restless forces, those who stood in his way would die. Fierce Yen school. Fight! Ji Jin's eyes were bright. There is no way out. Ji Russian's expression was serious. This battle, if we don't win, we die trying. Zhu Ling clenched his fists. In front of the fierce Yen treasure hall, all the elders, guardians, masters, and elite disciples of the fierce Yen school were gathered. Every fierce Yen school disciple's eyes were filled with a bright light, and a strong desire to fight was boiling. This battle would decide the life and death of the fierce Yen school. Although the unity of the school was not as strong as that of the family, the warriors would not run away. No one was willing to be a coward. Those who had bad intentions and those who were timid had already left. Ji Russian had already informed all the warriors of the fierce Yen school 7 days ago that those who were unwilling to fight for the school, leave. They were not reluctant. Perhaps the fierce Yen school would lose a lot of power. But what they gained was more unity and stronger determination. The warriors who stayed swore to live and die with the school. Kill those sons of B***cheese from the Goose Feather tribe. Fight with them. No one in the fierce Yen school is afraid of death. We swear to protect the school. The roar was accompanied by the boiling desire to fight. Every warrior of the fierce Yen school who stayed was not afraid of death. They would live and die with the school. This battle was not only about strength, but also about fighting spirit and determination. In a battle of this level, the decisive factor was sometimes these ordinary disciples. In the land of wood spirits, whoosh, a figure flashed. With a faint smile, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. His expression was calm, but his eyes were even brighter. Compared to when he entered, both his temperament and feeling had changed drastically. The current Lin Feng had completely transformed. Although there is still half a month to half a year. But since I've completed my goal in advance, I'll return early. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said softly. With the school in his heart, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. The path of the god of war and the path to the Star Lord level have been completely paved. There are no more difficulties. Lin Feng smiled faintly with confidence. Now, if he wanted to break through to the god of war level, he only needed to break through that thin layer and he would be able to advance. But it was meaningless. Master said that once I break through to the Star Lord level, I must leave immediately. Otherwise, the wizard race will be alerted. Not only will it bring disaster to the Yenling mansion, but it will also put me in danger. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He remembered his master's words very clearly. Although he was curious, there was no need to try such a dangerous thing. Master and senior brother must be shocked. Lin Feng smiled faintly. His strength had completely changed compared to half a year ago. Now, he had surpassed his master. The student had surpassed the master. This time, I won't lose again. With a faint light in his eyes, Lin Feng was full of confidence. Thinking of the battle with Juan Macho that day, Lin Feng shook his head with a faint smile. Now, it was easy for him to kill Juan Macho. They were both peak star sea states, but their strength, it was completely different. I'm coming, Yenling Mansion. Lin Feng smiled faintly and disappeared in an instant. First update. Chapter 713. The war that would decide the ownership of Yenling Prefecture was about to start. At this moment, the other forces in Yenling Prefecture stopped what they were doing and watched the war that had not happened in 10,000 years. Everyone wanted to know who would win in the end. Swoosh. Light shone. Lin Feng crushed the town return talisman and returned to Wild Goose City. Wild Goose City was the closest city to Wild Goose Sect that was in charge of 15 cities to the south of Yenling Prefecture. There was no town return talisman to return to Wild Goose Sect. Both Wild Goose Sect and Wild Goose Sect would not make such a dangerous star talisman. Just like Wild Goose Sect, the shortest way to enter Wild Goose Fairyland was to return to Wanxiang City before returning to Wild Goose Fairyland. It was the same for Wild Goose Sect. They would return to Wild Goose City before heading to Wild Goose Sect. Lin Feng was surprised. There are so few people. What happened? There were few people on the streets. It was empty. The huge Wild Goose City was actually empty. It looked extremely strange. The last time he came here, it was still crowded. But now, it was as if a disaster was coming. It was very strange. Something must have happened. Lin Feng frowned and looked around. He had a bad feeling. Did something happen to Wild Goose Sect? Lin Feng's eyes were burning. His heart skipped a beat. Lin Feng quickly sensed the aura of the cultivator closest to him, and his eyes lit up. In an instant, he disappeared. Swoosh! A figure flashed. Lin Feng's sudden appearance shocked the middle-aged warrior who was leaving in a panic. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. He glanced at the warrior's martial attire. He was undoubtedly an outer sect disciple of Wild Goose Sect. Senior brother, why are you leaving? What happened to Wild Goose Sect? The middle-aged warrior was stunned. He said in surprise, Junior brother, you just came back? Yes, Lin Feng nodded. The middle-aged warrior understood and said, Don't go back. Wild Goose Sect is attacking. At this moment, I'm afraid Fierce Yen School is already engulfed in the flames of war. As he spoke, the middle-aged martial artist could not help but blush. He was one of the martial artists who had escaped and was unwilling to live and die with Fierce Yen School. The battle has already begun? Lin Feng was stunned. That's right. I heard that the Yenling tribe dispatched an army of 1,000,000, no, an army of 10,000,000. The middle-aged warrior's eyes revealed a tinge of fear as he sighed. Who would be willing to be a bachelor when there's a woman? However, the Wild Goose Feather tribe is coming aggressively. Fierce Goose School will lose no matter how they fight. Rather than dying in battle, it's better to drag out an ignoble existence. After all, we only have one life. Don't you think so, junior brother? Junior brother? And where is he? The middle-aged martial artist raised his head in surprise. He looked around, but there was no sign of Lin Feng. Whoosh! Like a sharp arrow piercing through the air. Lin Feng's expression was extremely serious. His eyes shone with a cold light. His speed had completely exploded. He rushed to Fierce Yen's school with all his might. How could he dare to delay any longer? If what that person said is true, I'm afraid the land would be littered with corpses by now. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. An astonishing aura condensed outside his body. He broke through the wind and his speed was extremely fast. I didn't expect the Wild Goose Feather tribe to come so ruthlessly and in such a hurry. Fortunately, he had come out of seclusion early. Otherwise, if he had come a few days later, he would have been powerless. And now there was still a chance. An incense sticks time. I'll be there in an incense sticks time. Master, senior brother, Qian, everyone from Fierce Yen School, wait for me. The distance between Wild Goose City and Fierce Yen School was actually a long way. For an ordinary galaxy-level martial artist, it might take 2 hours. However, for Lin Feng, he only needed an incense stick's time. The battle had indeed begun. The battle that everyone was looking forward to had completely begun outside the mountain gate of Fierce Yen School. Millions of martial artists were in a chaotic battle. Whether it was Fierce Yen School or the Wild Goose Feather tribe, every martial artist was unafraid of death. They were filled with a thick, murderous aura. This battle was unavoidable. Between the two major forces, only one could survive. When enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. Perhaps the battle at the top of the pyramid was very important. However, these martial artists at the bottom also had decisive factors. Momentum, fighting spirit. The massacre began crazily. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. The soaring murderous aura and the piles of corpses caused a bloody storm in the Wild Goose Feather tribe. Tens of thousands of years of hatred, at this moment, in the form of war, in the decisive battle of life and death, completely erupted. No one could stop it. The grudge between the Wild Goose Feather tribe and Fierce Yen School had reached the time to be resolved. Easterly Foam City. A small city in the south of the Wild Goose Feather tribe. It was originally a peaceful place where people lived and worked in peace. It was also a place that had not been affected by the chaos of war. However, now, boom! Clang clang! The power was released wildly. The Zhurong Sorcerer Tribe, Tianwu Sorcerer Tribe, Dijiang Sorcerer Tribe, Gomang Sorcerer Tribe, and Xianming Sorcerer Tribe. The army formed by the 5 major sorcerer tribes washed this simple small city with blood. Blood splattered all over the city walls. Heart-wrenching screams and cries for help rose and fell one after another. It was a frenzied massacre. The sorcerer tribe giants' eyes were blood-red as they killed the humans continuously. They drank their blood and gnawed on their flesh. Like uncivilized barbarians, the sorcerer tribe was extremely cruel. To them, these insignificant humans were nothing but prey. The 3 major tribes of the human race? The sorcerer tribe never cared about them. In fact, they did not care about the ancient tribe and the human race at all. They sealed the entire city. In the sky, the Dijiang sorcerer tribe was the absolute ruler. Even if the Gomang sorcerer tribe had wings, their combat power was worlds apart from the Dijiang sorcerer tribe. It was easy for a Dijiang sorcerer tribe member of the same level to kill 10 Gomang sorcerer tribe members. Hiss! A loud sound boomed in the sky. It was a Dijiang sorcerer tribe member who was slightly more than 10 meters tall. He looked completely different from the other Dijiang sorcerer tribe members. He spoke the sorcerer tribe's language, and the other sorcerer tribe members listened quietly. He was like a king, filled with a domineering aura. The sorcerer tribe was not a beast. Every sorcerer tribe member had intelligence. In fact, they were no different from humans. It was just that their bloodline was nobler than humans, and their strength was stronger than humans. Hundreds of thousands of sorcerer tribe members obeyed the orders of this Dejiang sorcerer tribe member, who was slightly more than 10 meters tall. It was obvious that he was the king of this sorcerer tribe army. In fact, even though the sorcerer tribe had hundreds of thousands of troops, there were not many who were more than 10 meters tall. There were only a few, and the strongest among them was this Dejiang sorcerer tribe. Following the Dejiang sorcerer tribe member's orders, he glided away. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of sorcerer tribe members roared angrily. Then, they followed and obeyed. The huge ether foam city was empty in the blink of an eye. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It was unbelievable. The ground was a mess. The smell of blood filled the air, and corpses were everywhere. There were broken limbs and remains everywhere. It was extremely horrifying. But however, there were still some who managed to escape the calamity. They sat on the ground in a daze or floated in the air. The remaining people widened their eyes, still lost in the clouds. They couldn't believe that they had survived. The war at Fierce Yen's sect had reached its climax. At that moment, Lin Feng was using all his strength to get closer. Although it only needed the time for an incense stick to burn, at that moment it was longer than a day and night. Every second, Lin Feng's heart seemed to be bleeding. The scene of the massacre appeared in his mind, and he felt his heart ache to the extreme. Every moment, countless people from Fierce Yen's sect were killed. How could he bear it? But what could he do? He could only grit his teeth. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. He would definitely not let the thousands of Yenling tribe off. However, no one knew that an even greater catastrophe, a terrifying disaster, was about to descend. When the thousands of Yenling tribe and Fierce Yen's sect were still killing each other and waging war for their own interests, the ruler of mankind, the brutal and bloodthirsty sorcerer tribe army, was rushing over like a meteor shower, heading straight for Fierce Yen's sect. It was a true disaster. No one knew. At that moment, the thousands of Yenling tribe and Fierce Yen's sect only had killing in their eyes. This intense war would not end in a short period of time. One was fighting for dignity and glory, while the other was fighting for protection and freedom. The thousands of Yenling tribe and Fierce Yen's sect fought with all their strength. So did the disciples of their tribe, and so did the warriors who stood at the top of the pyramid. The protectors of Fierce Yen's sect, the sect master, and the elite disciples all moved out to kill the experts of the thousands of Yenling tribe. And at that moment, the battle between the top two forces was also in full swing. Wan Macho fought against the 10 experts of Fierce Yen's sect alone, standing proudly like a king. Ji Rushan, Ji Xiu, the third elder, Protector Long, sect master Qing. These were the most powerful existences of Fierce Yen's sect, each of them exceeding the 10th level of Star Sea State. The 10 of them fought together to kill Wan Macho, but they were no match at all. A faint wind followed and brown starlight shone. Wan Macho floated in the air, looking down at everyone like a king. The surroundings were bloody, and it was extremely horrifying. Among the 10 experts, 3 of them had been killed by Wan Macho. 4 of them were seriously injured, bleeding profusely. They were on the verge of death. Only Ji Rushan, Ji Xiu, and the third elder were left. They were barely standing, but their injuries were not light. Among the 3, only Ji Xiu still had the strength to fight, but there was no sharpness in his eyes. It was as if the sword in his heart had been broken, and he had lost all his sharpness. Ji Rushan and the third elder covered their wounds with their hands, and their faces were extremely pale. They looked at Wan Macho with deep shock. Too strong. He was terrifyingly strong. This was the strength of the strongest in Yenling Prefecture. Before, they thought that Lin Feng could hurt Wan Macho, and maybe they could find a chance to survive with their advantage in numbers. But now it seemed that it was completely wishful thinking. Wan Macho was even unharmed. Is this the sword that killed Pajuan? It's just SOSO. Juan Macho played with the sword in his hand, looked at Ji Xiu, and casually threw the sword to Ji Xiu. This was not charity, nor was it pity, but a kind of humiliation. Ji Xiu's face was extremely ugly, and his body trembled slightly. Third Elder, Sect Leader Ji? Juan Macho looked at Ji Russian and the Third Elder with a faint smile. This is all you have? Ji Russian and the Third Elder's pale faces turned even uglier. They could be insulted by anyone. But what could they do? The weak were prey to the strong. This had been the case since ancient times. Ha ha! Juan Macho smiled faintly, but his laughter was filled with contempt and disdain. He looked at the crowd and said coldly, "You have disappointed me. I thought you had some trump cards, but it turns out that you have gathered a group of mobs. How childish. Is there no one in the Big Lian school who can fight?" Juan Macho's voice was extremely arrogant. Ji Xiu, Ji Russian, and the Third Elder's faces turned pale. The corner of Juan Macho's mouth also curved into a cold smile. Suddenly, "Who said there is no one?" A deep voice sounded in the distance. This caused everyone's faces to be filled with shock. Second update, next update 000. Chapter 714. What a familiar voice! Ji Russian and Ji Xiu were startled, and a figure appeared in their minds. Even Zhu Ling, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes in a daze, his chest rising and falling faster. He had heard this voice countless times. In Yanling Royal Mansion, the figure who had saved his life twice flashed in his mind. Junior brother was finally here. Zhu Ling smiled weakly, and his heart seemed to calm down. He closed his eyes slightly. Inexplicably, his heart calmed down and his confidence rose. "It's you." Juan Macho's eyes flashed coldly. Looking at the familiar figure not far away, he felt uneasy, very uneasy. But he didn't know why. "Yes, it's me." Lin Feng looked calm. He glanced around, and a slight anger flashed in his heart, but he suppressed it. 3 dead, 4 seriously injured. Among the 7, he was most familiar with second senior brother Zhu Ling. As for the other 6, although they were senior brothers and seniors of Lian School, he wasn't familiar with them. Fortunately, at least second senior brother was still alive. "I was wondering who it was." "So it's you, the loser." Juan Macho's eyes flashed. She glanced at Ji Russian and the other 2 from the corner of her eyes and felt an inexplicable fear. "What? You didn't lose 10-1 just now, so you think you can win 4-1 now?" Ji Russian laughed. "You're the most powerful person in Yanling Royal Mansion, but you're trying to goad us? Are you afraid of my junior brother?" Juan Macho snorted. "What a joke! I'm not afraid of you small fries." Bang! Juan Macho's arrogance exploded. His eyes were clear and domineering, but he suppressed the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. "Come on, don't just talk." His domineering aura made Ji Russian and the other 2's expressions change. Thinking of Juan Macho's strength just now, they felt fear in their hearts. "However, I alone am enough to deal with you," Lin Feng said indifferently. His voice was very calm, but it was like a heavy bomb, shocking everyone. "Junior brother." Lin Feng. Ji Russian and the Third Elder shouted anxiously, while Ji Xiu looked at Lin Feng with bright eyes. Juan Macho was taken aback. Instantly, he burst into laughter. "What a boastful tone. You were just lucky to survive last time. I'd like to know where you get your confidence from." Juan Macho sneered. "Don't tell me you've lost your memory?" The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. There was a flash of light in his hand. Hua! Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 4 celestial fruits appeared in his hand. They shone with a resplendent luster and a shocking aura of energy. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. A 7-star healing immortal fruit? Juan Macho's eyes turned cold. He was shocked. He immediately glanced at the 4 severely injured men from Fierce Yen's school and understood Lin Feng's intention. Boom! Starlight shone brightly and a strong wind blew. You want to save them? Dream on. Juan Macho's face revealed a hint of malevolence. The strong power of wind whistled, and a faint light flashed around her body. The power of the constellation immediately condensed, but in an instant, bang! The 2 energies collided. Sparks flew everywhere. They were evenly matched. What? Juan Macho's eyes widened. At this moment, Lin Feng's body was also flashing with a faint light. Lightning condensed in his hands, and like a lightning snake, it wrapped around his body as though it had a life of its own. That was the power of the constellation. No, no way. Ji Rushan, Ji Xiu, and the 3rd elder were dumbfounded. They stared at Lin Feng dumbfoundedly as though they were looking at a monster. Lin Feng had reached the 3rd stage of the peak starcraft state. It had only been half a year. Don't worry. Looking at Juan Macho, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then, he handed the 4 celestial fruits to Ji Rushan. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Sorry to trouble you, first senior brother. The 4 men were severely injured, and they had to be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be repercussions. Oh. Ji Rushan came back to his senses. He took the celestial fruits carefully and ran toward the 4 severely injured men. At this moment, Juan Macho's face had turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to become so strong in just half a year. His martial artist realm was almost the same as his. Looking around with fear, Juan Macho felt a deep sense of threat. One Lin Feng was already difficult to deal with, let alone the other Fierce Yen sect experts. The situation had become extremely troublesome. Only, get rid of them first. Juan Macho suddenly had this thought. This was not the time for that. Leader Juan, as I said, I'm your only opponent. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, looking straight into Juan Macho's eyes. How could he not know what Juan Macho was thinking? Does Fierce Yen sect know how to follow the rules? Juan Macho smiled disdainfully. Fierce Yen sect was indeed in the wrong to fight 10 against 1. However, this was a war after all, and it concerned the survival of 2 major forces. Of course, he wouldn't care so much. 1-on-1. Lin Feng's voice was firm and firm. If you win, the whole Fierce Yen sect, including me, is at your disposal. A calm and indifferent voice sounded. Not only was Juan Macho stunned, but Ji Rushan, the 3rd elder, and Ji Xiu were also stunned. At this moment, Ji Rushan had already fed the 4 celestial fruits to them. Lin Feng, you're crazy. The 3rd elder said angrily. Ji Rushan and Ji Xiu also frowned. Trust me, eldest senior brother. Lin Feng looked at Ji Rushan, his eyes bright. Junior brother, are you confident? Ji Rushan asked in a low voice. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Their eyes met, and there was a short moment of silence. Ji Rushan suddenly smiled. Okay, as you wish. Leader. The 3rd elder was speechless, and Ji Xiu frowned. No need to say more. Ji Rushan raised his hand and said indifferently, Fierce Yen sect has suffered such a disaster, and as the leader, I feel guilty. I should abdicate. From now on, junior martial brother Lin Feng, the 3rd successor to the position of sect master, will be the new sect master. Good, very good. Juan Macho smiled valiantly. If I lose, the Wild Yen tribe will immediately retreat and will not invade Fierce Yen sect for 10,000 years. Juan Macho raised his head, still confident. Lin Feng shook his head. I want you to promise me one more thing. Lin Feng, your request is too high. Juan Macho frowned and snorted unhappily. Say it. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. I'll tell you after the fight. In an instant, bang. His aura was firm. Dense lightning surrounded his body. The shocking power of the constellation filled the air, and Lin Feng's eyes flashed with bright light. That's more like a man. Juan Macho's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He glanced at the people of Fierce Yen's sect with a hint of disdain. In his opinion, a battle between martial artists should be like this. One-on-one, fair duel. Two violent auras condensed the power of the constellation, instantly forming a violent intersection of energy. Ji Rushan, the third elder, and Ji Xiu hurriedly moved the four severely injured people aside for fear of being affected by the aftershocks of the battle. After all, the four of them were already seriously injured, and they could not afford any more accidents. Otherwise, even the gods could not save them. After half a year, the battle, however, compared to half a year ago, it was completely different. The current Lin Feng was no longer the small fry that Juan Macho could bully. Instead, he was standing on the same level. 10th gear. 10th gear. Bang. Bang. The power of the stars shone brightly. The two of them stood facing each other, and the wind and thunder intertwined. The momentum was astonishing. This was the real power of the constellation, which represented the key to entering the Star Lord level. Deep fear. Juan Macho's eyes were shining with a cold light. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Looking at the little guy in front of him who had been defeated by him, calm and confident, Juan Macho felt inexplicably nervous. He slowly raised his fists, and the wind followed. There seemed to be a goshawk howling on his forehead. Apprehension. Boom. Juan Macho punched out. Hidden in the air, the light was dazzling. Ji Rushan and the others widened their eyes and held their breaths. Juan Macho's move condensed the power of the 10th gear constellation, the control of the wind, and the realm of the Oblivion Fist. They could not break it at all and were completely restrained. In fact, Lin Feng could not break it that day either. But today. Bang! A ball of blazing flame rose in his hand. It was demonic and ferocious, as if it had the power to devour everything. Lin Feng's hand shone with starlight. The flame mixed with the lightning. Lin Feng also punched out. Bang! The two huge forces collided. In an instant, both of them were forced to retreat. It was a probing attack. They were neck and neck. What a terrifying power! Juan Macho was extremely shocked. Lin Feng's physical strength was too amazing. In an instant, whoosh! The moment Lin Feng landed, he had already dashed out like a cheetah. Unlike Juan Macho, Lin Feng was not affected at all. The flames in his hands suddenly exploded. The strong devouring fire flashed with lightning and intertwined with the power of the stars. His eyes were shining. The wind vortex under his feet condensed light, and his speed was extremely fast. Juan Macho frowned and suddenly shouted. His fists carried the wind and rushed forward. Bang! Another fierce collision. But this time, Lin Feng shouted, and the devouring fire in his hands surged out. It was violent and shocking. It was released crazily, and the explosive power was extremely shocking. Bang! Bang! Boom! Juan Macho was forced to retreat. His chest heaved, and he was instantly at a disadvantage. The terrifying flame seemed to be burning in his body. Lin Feng's fist realm was not high, but his strength and speed, especially the combination of the flame and the lightning, were extremely powerful. Juan Macho was forced to retreat in an instant. His face was pale, and he staggered a little. This created a flaw for Lin Feng to attack. Perching wood mirror. The protective Dharma treasure instantly lit up. Juan Macho's body was surrounded by a golden light, as if he was wearing armor. Brown starlight surrounded him. Juan Macho's face was distorted. He wanted to take Lin Feng's next punch head-on to minimize the damage. But Lin Feng did not chase after him. What? Juan Macho looked at Lin Feng, who was standing not far away, in horror. Not only Juan Macho, but Ji Rushan, the third elder, and Ji Xiu were also stunned, their mouths wide open. Although they did not understand why Lin Feng did not chase after him, Lin Feng's powerful strength completely suppressed Juan Macho, which shocked them even more. Did I see it wrong? Is this really Lin Feng? Third update. Chapter 7:15. He was very satisfied. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with his current strength. Maybe his potential as a god of war wasn't high, but he had proven that he wasn't weaker than anyone at the same level. In fact, he was much stronger. Swoosh! Purple light shone. A purple spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was exquisite and translucent as if it was made of purple crystals. It was shiny and beautiful. Juan Macho's face turned pale. At this moment, he finally remembered that Lin Feng, he used a spear. Damn it! Juan Macho clenched his fists. Blue veins popped out. He felt that he was being looked down upon. A heavenly state warrior could suppress him without using his best weapon. What did that mean? It meant that Yi Futian's strength was completely above his. No, it can't be like this. Juan Macho gritted his teeth and shouted. Brown starlight shone, accompanied by wind, and the intense power of the constellation exploded around him. That was Juan Macho's pride. He was the most powerful person in the Yenling mansion. His energy was extremely powerful and shocking. The power of the constellation spread out. On that day, not only did he resist Lin Feng's magnetic explosion, but he also defeated Ji Jin. Not far away, Ji Rushan, Ji Xiu, the third elder, and Zhu Ling, who had just woken up after eating the 7-star immortal fruit, all felt chills down their spines. Such power was truly at the peak of the Star Sea state. An expert closest to the Star Lord state. But Lin Feng didn't move. He looked calm as if he didn't hear anything. Facing Juan Macho's full strength, Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. He wasn't pretending or doing it on purpose. Even Lin Feng was surprised by his calmness. Is it because my current strength has far surpassed his? Lin Feng smiled faintly, gently caressing the purple crystal spear. He closed his eyes, feeling a sense of tranquility. The purple crystal spear seemed to have a life of its own. It had a heartbeat and was connected to him. It was a connection that was closer and more intimate than the nightmare's spear. In the world of the giant tree, he kept practicing his spear. But he had never used it in a battle. Today was the first time. Swoosh! Lin Feng opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. Clang! The amethyst spear was pointed at Juan Macho from afar. With a sonorous sound, it emitted a domineering aura. Spear intent surged out. It was a kind of aura. It was a kind of pressure. It was an extremely powerful spear initiation realm. Lin Feng was no longer inferior to Juan Macho in any aspect. Ah! Ah! Juan Macho roared furiously. Bang! His star power bloomed crazily, and he exerted all his strength. The meridians in his left arm lit up instantly, and even his body started to glow rapidly. Dual aperture acupoints erupted. Juan Macho instantly increased her strength to the maximum. Her completely transformed body emitted a thick source of power. Juan Macho rushed forward to attack. An astonishing battle intent filled the air. But, boom! The constellation powers collided. The lightning was mixed with the wind, causing the surrounding airflow to become chaotic. They were both at 10th grade and peak cosmic sea state level 3. No one had the upper hand. Lin Feng moved. Thick black fog bloomed, and the wind vortex gathered power. He held the spear in his left hand, but he didn't use the acupoint's eruption. His figure didn't even change at all. He just condensed the chi of heaven and earth, driven by his earth energy, and condensed the star power. Faint lightning surrounded Lin Feng's body. The combination of the star power and earth energy released extraordinary energy. Emperor Shun's earth energy 10th grade. In an instant, white light appeared, and the red light was even brighter. The power of earth energy condensed with strong lightning. In an instant, the flame in his right hand bloomed. Devouring fire. Boom! Thunder rumbled. The amethyst spear seemed to be howling. At this moment it seemed to have a strong vitality. The thick purple light covered the sky and the earth, completely suppressing Juan Macho's momentum. His figure was like a painting. At this moment, the spear initiation realm was perfectly combined with the spear move. In Lin Feng's mind, a figure appeared, holding a spear with one hand, waving the spear in a green world. Behind him there was that incomparably huge tree. His aura was condensed to the extreme. Lin Feng's eyes instantly shone, and the spear intent was fully revealed. Green smoke spear art. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Wood carving 7th spear. Boom! An earth-shattering roar. The collision of the two energies was definitely the most powerful intersection of forces in the entire Yenling mansion. 2 third-stage star sea-level peak martial artists were fighting head-on. Meeting on a narrow path. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind blew and the thunder rumbled. The constellation energy condensed a faint barrier around, making people unable to get close. It was like a forbidden area, the domain of the strong, the battlefield of the peak. Ji Rushan, Ji Xiu, the third elder, Zhu Ling, and the others all widened their eyes and held their breaths. Lin Feng's spear just now was deeply imprinted in their minds, and they couldn't forget it. What an astonishingly powerful spear! What a terrifying power! How strong was Lin Feng now? No one knew. Except for Lin Feng himself. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the battlefield became clear. Everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter. When they saw the scene, bright smiles bloomed on their faces, and they were extremely excited and happy. Juan Macho was defeated. He lay on the ground, his eyes empty. The right side of his chest was badly mutilated, and blood kept oozing out. His right arm couldn't move at all. Lin Feng's spear, just one spear, made his right side almost lose consciousness. Too strong. Although the injury was serious, it wasn't as serious as Juan Macho's heart. His heart, his self-esteem, had been completely destroyed by Lin Feng at this moment. The ant that he could crush easily, the little guy who couldn't hurt him even after using all his strength, now made him taste the most painful defeat in history, the most humiliating battle. He, Juan Macho, was defeated in one move. He couldn't fight back at all. Lin Feng's strength was completely above his. You lost. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Looking at Juan Macho lying on the ground, Lin Feng's expression was calm. Back in the world of the giant tree, he already knew that his current strength was enough to crush Juan Macho. Winning was inevitable. Even for him, this was just a warm-up. It was indeed a warm-up. Now, Juan Macho couldn't raise his fighting spirit at all. The gap between them was too big. Lying on his back on the ground, Juan Macho murmured with a blank expression, "Kill me." Juan Macho closed his eyes. His heart was already dead. Kill him. The third elder roared. Ji Rushan, Ji Xiu, and Zhu Ling looked at Lin Feng without saying anything. Especially Ji Rushan, whose wise eyes were shining, but he gave the position of the sect leader to Lin Feng. He knew in his heart that Lin Feng must be up to something. If he wanted to kill Juan Macho, why would Lin Feng wait until now? With his current strength, killing Juan Macho was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Why did he bet with Juan Macho one-on-one? There must be a reason. You're the strongest person in Yenling Mansion. Can't you afford to lose? Lin Feng said indifferently. He stood indifferently in front of Juan Macho, looking down at the former giant, who he looked up to but couldn't see. But now, he was just beside his feet. Juan Macho opened his eyes and laughed self-mockingly. The winner is the king. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. If I, Juan Macho, frown, I'm not a man. With a cold snort, Juan Macho looked at Lin Feng and said in a cold voice, "But if you want me to betray my family, don't dream about it." After saying that, Juan Macho closed his eyes and faced death calmly. Losing was tantamount to death for him. But in an instant, "Open your mouth," Lin Feng said. Juan Macho was slightly taken aback. Before he could react, He had already tasted something sweet in his mouth. In an instant, after swallowing that sweet taste, a powerful vitality energy spread all over his body, and his injuries began to recover rapidly in an instant. Juan Macho widened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. He clenched his fists and felt his strength slowly recover. It was incomparably shocking. It was more than shocking to Juan Macho. Ji Rushen, Zhu Ling, Ji Xiu, and the third elder all stared at Lin Feng with their eyes wide open. They didn't know what Lin Feng was up to. Save Juan Macho? Lin Feng, you! The third elder shouted angrily, but his mouth was covered by Ji Rushen's big hand. Among them, the ones who trusted Lin Feng the most were undoubtedly Ji Rushen and Zhu Ling. They knew their junior brother very well. Lin Feng would never do anything unnecessary. You! Juan Macho stared at Lin Feng. His face kept changing, and it was very ugly. Juan Macho's strength had recovered by more than half in an instant. How could he not know that what Lin Feng had just fed him must be an 8-star immortal fruit of the healing type? Only an 8-star immortal fruit could have such power. Patriarch Juan, have you forgotten that you've promised me something? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Juan Macho gritted his teeth and snorted with a deep look in his eyes. A real man keeps his word. Just tell me what you want me to do. However, I, Juan Macho, will never do anything that harms the interests of the Yenling tribe. Of course not, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Although they were on opposite sides, Lin Feng also admired Juan Macho. At least, he was a real man. Juan Macho snorted and raised his head proudly. He had his principles and bottom line. He would not be manipulated or threatened by Lin Feng. With a faint smile, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Ji Rushen and the others. He nodded slightly and said, "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Ji Xiu, third elder, come here. There's something I have to tell you. It's related to the survival of the Yenling mansion." Everyone was stunned. Even Juan Macho's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lin Feng in confusion. In an instant, everyone gathered around. The third elder was still glaring at Juan Macho, but Ji Rushen and Zhu Ling looked much more serious. They stared at Lin Feng with a vague sense of foreboding. Lin Feng took a deep breath and glanced at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on Juan Macho. "There's something I have to tell you." Lin Feng's voice was serious, but his expression was very serious. "The sorcerer tribe's army is coming." His voice was calm, but everyone's eyes widened and they were stunned. Including Juan Macho. Part 1 Part 2 1730. Chapter 7:16. What did you say, Lin Feng? Third elder was stunned. Are you serious? Ji Rushen's expression was solemn. Juan Macho stared fixedly at Lin Feng, his body trembling slightly. Others might not know, but he was the clan leader of the 1,000 Wild Goose tribe. In the ancestral records, it was clearly recorded how terrifying the Witch tribe army was. Back then, the prosperous Wild Goose tribe was brutally massacred by the Witch tribe. It swept through the entire Wild Goose tribe and left no survivors. More than 99% of the humans were killed. Less than 1 in 10,000 survived. Of course, I wouldn't joke about such things. Lin Feng looked at Juan Macho with a burning gaze. The Witch tribe army will arrive in about 15 minutes. With a solemn expression, Lin Feng's voice was firm. Ji Rushen, Zhu Ling, Ji Xiu and third elder's hearts raced. You saw it with your own eyes? Juan Macho's voice was hoarse. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and looked at everyone. He said seriously, it's like this. After I came out of seclusion and returned to Wild Goose City, I rushed over immediately when I heard that a war broke out in Fierce Goose Sect. Little did I know that at that moment all of a sudden, Lin Feng's eyes burned as he described vividly. The scenes from earlier appeared in his mind. While he was on his way to Fierce Goose Sect, his chest suddenly pounded violently. It was a warning from the witch tribe's heart. After that, I rushed over at full speed. Fortunately, the strength of the witch tribe army is different and their speed is not too fast. Even so, in about 15 minutes, they will arrive as well. Lin Feng's expression was grave as he looked at the crowd with bright eyes. This matter concerned the survival of Wild Goose Tribe. Otherwise, why would he let Wan Macho go? Right now, he could not kill him. Before the first wave was over, another wave came. Ji Rushan, Zhu Ling, Ji Xiu, and the third elder looked at each other. Meanwhile, Wan Macho's expression kept changing as she stared at Lin Feng. Her eyes flickered as she said, "So, your condition is that you want our tribe to help you? You're not helping me." Lin Feng shook his head and looked straight at Wan Macho. "You're helping Yanling Mansion and yourselves." With a righteous voice, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. "Patriarch Wan, you don't think that the 10,000 Goosefeather tribe can stay out of this, do you?" Wan Macho gritted her teeth, but she understood that Lin Feng was telling the truth. Once the army of the shamans appeared, they would not stop the massacre. They would only intensify the massacre. Even if the Wild Feather tribe could escape at this moment, they would have to face it sooner or later. Damn it! Wan Macho clenched his fists, his face extremely pale. It was not easy for the Wild Goose Feather clan to recuperate and develop bit by bit to their current state. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a calamity? "I cannot agree to this condition of yours." Wan Macho looked at Lin Feng with a deep gaze. "But I will stay to help Fierce Yen's sect and help you resist the army of the shamans. I will die with no regrets, but I can't implicate the entire Wild Goose Feather tribe and die with Fierce Yen's sect." "Wan Macho, at this time, you still," the third elder said angrily, but he was interrupted by Lin Feng. "Patriarch Wan, running away is not the way to solve the problem." Wan Macho smiled. "Don't tell me you still want to defeat the army of the shamans?" "Yes." Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. His sonorous voice not only stunned Wan Macho, but also Ji Rushan, Zhu Ling, and the others. For a long time, the shamans were an invincible existence in everyone's heart. But Lin Feng was different. Since he entered the Do Ling world, he had been fighting with the shamans. In the Purple Star Realm, he had even invaded the tribe of the warlocks and slaughtered the shamans. Even if the shamans were stronger than humans at the same level, so what? The shamans were not gods. They were also made of flesh and blood. Why couldn't they defeat them? Ha 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 ha. Wan Macho suddenly laughed. What a funny joke. However, Lin Feng's expression did not change. He just looked at Wan Macho indifferently. Wan Macho stopped laughing and looked at Lin Feng. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, "How confident are you?" Lin Feng stretched out a finger. 10%? Wan Macho frowned. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "If Fierce Yen's sect fights against the army of the shamans alone, I only have 10% confidence." Lin Feng looked at Wan Macho with a deep gaze and said seriously, "But if Patriarch Wan can help and gather the forces of the Wild Goose Feather tribe and Fierce Yen's sect..." Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his other hand. He placed his finger in the middle of his right index finger. 100%. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "I have 100% confidence that I can defeat this army of the shamans." Pang Rant's aura suddenly exploded. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly and he was full of confidence. This confidence caused the hearts of Ji Rushan, Zhu Ling and the rest to ripple, and they felt an indescribable sense of security. Wan Macho's expression kept changing. He looked at Lin Feng as if he wanted to know where his confidence came from. There were only two paths in front of him. The other was to retreat with the martial artists of the Wild Goose Feather tribe and let Fierce Yen's sect face the army of the shamans alone. However, as Lin Feng said, he could escape for a while, but he could not escape forever. In the end, the Wild Goose Feather tribe still had to face the shamans. As for the other path, Wan Macho gritted his teeth and looked very serious. he knew that Lin Feng's 100% confidence was just a metaphor. He was talking about fighting spirit and morale. Even if the experts of the Wild Goose Feather tribe joined forces, the probability of defeating the army of the shamans was less than 10%. However, at least there was a chance. Okay, I believe you. Juan Macho looked at Lin Feng and nodded. After thinking about it, he finally made up his mind. Instead of being chased by the army of the shamans, he would rather fight to the death. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he would not admit defeat. How could a martial artist lose before the battle? Thank you, clan leader Juan. Lin Feng smiled and extended his right hand. Smack. When the two hands touched, it meant that both sides had turned hostility into friendship. This was because they had a common enemy. The war stopped. With Juan Macho and Ji Russian leading the way, both sides temporarily stopped the war. Although they were full of anger and had a deep grudge against each other, all the martial artists were shocked when the shocking news was announced. After tens of thousands of years, the army of the shamans was seen again. No way. Is this real? What a joke. The shamans, hundreds of thousands of shamans, all the martial artists were dumbfounded and shocked. Humans had been afraid of the shamans for a long time, and it could not be cured in a short time. Almost every mansion was extremely afraid of the shamans because they did not know when the shamans would come and when the massacre would begin. Ji Russian and Juan Macho kept mobilizing and boosting the morale. This was what a sect leader and a clan leader should do. Lin Feng closed his eyes and calmed down. The battle with Juan Macho was just a warm-up. For him, the real battle had not yet begun. In the army of the shamans, he vaguely sensed many auras that were far stronger than Juan Macho and himself. They were the real powerful beings. I'm afraid they are Star Lord level shamans. Master once said that the terrifying part of the shamans is that they can condense profound qi. That is when their real power can be exerted. They have physical bodies that are much stronger than humans, and they can control the origin energy much easier than humans. Every single shaman has their own innate abilities that can be displayed. The strength of the shamans will be greatly improved after they condense profound qi, and after they reach the Star Lord level. Their strength will be greatly enhanced. Lin Feng thought to himself, but he was not afraid. Maybe he wasn't a Star Lord yet, but he was not inferior at all. He was already half a step into the Star Lord level. Compared to the real Star Lord level, he only needed the baptism of his body and the cultivation of the constellation energy. However, because of the dual cultivation, his body was far beyond the peak of the star sea level. Although he had not been baptized, he was even stronger than the newly promoted Star Lord level warriors. As for the cultivation of the constellation energy, maybe it was still lacking. But he also had a trump card that he had not revealed. In the battle with Juan Macho, he did not even use 10% of his strength. He had been waiting for this battle. He would go all out. The wait was very long. Especially when they were waiting for this horrifying battle. Every martial artist was uneasy, including Ji Russian and Juan Macho. Uneasy, very uneasy. An unprecedented enemy, the murderer who had destroyed the entire Yanling prefecture, the ruler of the human race. The power of the shamans was deeply rooted in people's hearts, who dared to go against them. But now, the two forces were like moths darting into a flame. They had to do everything they could to survive and to protect the Yanling prefecture. They had no way out. Juan Macho kept looking at Lin Feng, whose eyes were tightly closed, and his expression kept changing. He did not know whether his decision was right or wrong. He had weighed the pros and cons, but more than that, he was influenced by Lin Feng, who had aroused the unwillingness and hatred in his heart. The hatred for the shamans. He was gambling. Although he knew what the result would be if he lost the bet, Juan Macho still had the courage to do so. Maybe because of this decision, he would become a sinner of the Yanling prefecture. But Juan Macho did not regret it, because he was a man, a real martial artist. He would never back down. "Thank you, Leader Juan," Lin Feng's voice sounded. Juan Macho was stunned. Lin Feng looked at his former opponent, who was now his comrade, and nodded gently. Although it was difficult to settle the grudges between them, it was rare for Juan Macho to step forward at this critical moment. If it was someone else, they might not be willing to take such a big risk. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just willing to accept my loss," Juan Macho said coldly. Lin Feng smiled faintly and was about to speak. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He floated in the air and looked into the distance. At this moment, Juan Macho's expression became extremely ugly. He also floated in the air and looked into the distance. A terrifying aura that could suppress the entire Yanling prefecture. It was about to descend. Second update, third update 2130. Chapter 717. The sorcerer tribe had finally arrived. After tens of thousands of years, they had once again descended on this land. Their goal was to kill, and their pleasure was to destroy. The arrival of hundreds of thousands of sorcerer tribe soldiers had shocked everyone. This was an invincible force. Who could resist them? Both the martial artists of the Wild Goose tribe and the Fierce Goose School were pale. Looking at these giants that were at least 3 or 4 meters tall, and some of them were close to 10 meters tall. Looking at their ferocious faces that looked like both humans and beasts, their hearts were filled with fear. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. The hundreds of thousands of sorcerer tribe soldiers were extremely luxurious. Their leader was a being that resembled a beast, with sharp bone spikes all over his body and a ferocious face. He was 11 meters long. Star Lord level, Dark Sorcerer Tribe. Juan Macho was completely shocked. The sorcerer tribe could distinguish their strength by their body shape. 2 to 3 meters was the beginner level, like a baby. 3 to 5 meters was the galaxy level, like a child. 5 to 10 meters was the star sea level, like a teenager. More than 10 meters was the true strength of the sorcerer tribe. When one reached the Star Lord level, their profound chi was stable, their thoughts and wisdom were mature, and they were adults. The terrifying power suppressed everything. No one moved, including Juan Macho. They were all deeply shocked by the violent power. The sorcerer tribe was the ruler of the Do Ling world. They were the strongest of the 3 human tribes. At this moment, boom! Thunder rumbled. A black-clothed figure in the crowd broke the silence like an arrow piercing through the sky. Lin Feng took the lead and flew out. His face was serious and calm, completely different from the other martial artists. There was no fear on his face. Instead, his battle intent was clear. Thick black fog followed him, and the wind vortex became brighter. Lin Feng's speed reached the extreme, and he became a dazzling light shadow that almost no one could see clearly. How can he be so fast? Juan Macho was shocked. Lin Feng's speed was twice as fast as when he fought with him. It was the deceleration space. This time, Lin Feng really went all out. Facing the unprecedented challenge, facing the terrifying giants with superior strength, Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He had no way out. The first battle was the most crucial. He wanted to prove to everyone that humans, they were not weaker than the shamans. They could even defeat Cosmic Lord-level sorcerers and Cosmic Ocean-level human warriors. Constellation power. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lightning flashed all over his body, and dense star power filled the air. The power of the constellation blasted towards the huge mysterious underworld shaman. Although they were Star Lords, the dark underworld shamans were a race with strong combat power. However, he still had a chance. This was because the sorcerer tribe despised humans. Furthermore, the mysterious underworld sorcerer race's attack power was extremely strong and fast. Its defense was extremely weak. Even the cosmic Lord Xianming, which race's defense was only equivalent to the peak cosmic sea state Gomang, which race. One chance. Killing him will definitely boost our morale. Lin Feng's eyes were bright and full of expression. The first battle was extraordinary, and he could not afford to be careless. The lightning was completely suppressed. The dark underworld shaman could freely control the power of rain, which was the purest constellation power. Regardless of its quality or quantity, it was far from what he could compare to. However, he had already made plans and was not acting rashly. Boom! Boom! 2 scorching fireballs appeared with a mighty pressure. Crazy power condensed. It was a huge power that covered everything. Since he was using space deceleration, Lin Feng's secret doppelganger was already prepared. The warriors of the Wild Goose tribe and the Fierce Goose sect were all stunned as they stared at the fiery red sky. Wan Macho's eyes widened. He recalled the battle between him and Lin Feng half a year ago. He also had the same terrifying fireball power. At that time, he was also caught off guard. No, it was more than 10 times more powerful than the fireball at that time. Impossible. How can he control all the 10th level of star power and condense it together? Wan Macho murmured in disbelief. At the 10th level, a warrior could only control about 10% of the star power. Even if the control was strong, 20% was already extremely rare. However, Lin Feng was able to control a full 100% of the power. 2 fireballs, 50% each. Go! Lin Feng's secret doppelganger's eyes lit up as he punched out with both hands. Although a celestial spirit master only had 9 levels of star power, the amount of original star power was comparable to the 10th level of the War God realm. As for controlling a full 100% of the power, for him, it was easy. Boom! Boom! The dark underworld wizard was furious. The light of raindrops condensed. Although he was wary of the fireball's power, his power was even more powerful. With the support of the profound origin, a Star Lord wizard was reborn and was much stronger than a Star Sea Lord. Defense might not be the dark underworld wizard's forte, but how could he be afraid of 2 fireballs when he fought offense with offense? The power of the rain collided with the reborn fireball. The violent power spread to the surroundings and shook violently. The warriors at the edge were all shocked. This power was too terrifying. They had only brushed the edge, and it was already like this. What would happen if they were hit directly? The dark underworld wizard's eyes widened as he shouted angrily. However, he didn't expect that the little guy in front of him would attack him while he was distracted. Now, Lin Feng's eyes were burning. How could the wizard race compare to him in terms of battle awareness? He had been through hundreds of battles. The flaw was the moment when the attack was weak. Emperor Shun's Gangqi, 10th level. Devouring fire. Lin Feng's eyes were firm, and his expression was extremely focused. Fire and lightning were triggered by the Gangqi, and they were perfectly combined. The 10th level of Emperor Shun's Gangqi was like a primer. Although it wasn't strong, it perfectly gathered the star power, constellation power, and origin power. It was like a beast tamer, taming one beast after another to unleash the strongest power. The sound of raindrops was shocking. The constellation power was extremely terrifying. The attack of the dark underworld wizard had also arrived. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. His body had already turned into an arrow. The purple crystal spear in his hand was shining with a purple light, and it was extremely bright. He and the spear instantly became one. The flying spear move seemed to swallow the entire world. It was like a perfect spear entering realm. Wan Macho's eyes widened and his heart trembled. All the martial artists looked at the scene in front of them, and their breathing seemed to have stopped. Goose feather spear art. Lin Feng's voice was cold. It was like a voice from hell, like the call of the god of death. The purple spear light attracted the star power and lightning, and the strongest power in the world, increasing the strength of the small figure by thousands of times. The spear moved, and the world shook. It was domineering. Boom. It was a spear that could split the world. Combining the 49 wood carvings, it condensed 7 different intent. This was what Lin Feng had created, the 8th spear. The purple crystal spear was unstoppable. It pierced through the weakest body of the dark underworld wizard, and the devouring fire in his body burned crazily, destroying all his defenses. It might be difficult to kill a wizard with a strong vitality, especially an adult Star Lord wizard. However, the devouring fire perfectly countered it. Bang! Bang! The flames were ferocious, and the force exploded. The dark underworld wizard's heart-wrenching cry reverberated in the air, full of sadness and unwillingness. It echoed in the sky above fierce Yen Sek. At this moment, another 2 giant fireballs fell crazily, landing on the dark underworld wizard's body. There was no longer any resistance. Rebirth fire! Boom! The 2 extreme flames completely exploded. It was like lightning striking the earth, like 2 bright stars colliding. In an instant, time seemed to stop. The violent explosion affected the entire wizard army. Thick smoke covered the place, and the angry voices of the wizard army rose from the ground. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. In the air, a young man in black holding a purple spear stood proudly like a god of war. He killed a Star Lord wizard with 1 spear. The humans' will to fight was completely unleashed. Everyone felt as if their blood was boiling and burning within their bodies. The wizard army, the extremely powerful wizard army, was killed right in front of their eyes. And it was a Star Lord wizard. 1 strike, instant kill. In their minds, the high and mighty wizard army fell from their pedestal. The fear and depression in their hearts were completely eliminated by Lin Feng's spear. It was replaced by a strong will to fight and unwillingness. Why should they be killed by the wizard army? The wizard army was not invincible. Juan Macho was the most shocked. He felt a little shocked, but he also felt a little angry and unresigned. Lin Feng had hidden his strength in the battle with him. Damn you! Juan Macho cursed in his heart, but he suppressed the anger in his heart, because he knew that it was not the time to be calculative. All the warriors of the Wild Goose Army were in high spirits, and their will to fight was aroused. Everyone, listen up. There is nothing to be afraid of in the wizard army. Back then, our ancestors were slaughtered by the wizard army, and the entire Wild Goose Army was torn apart. Now, it's time to avenge our humiliation. Juan Macho shouted, raising the morale of the Wild Goose Army. In an instant, they shouted in unison, raising the unwillingness in the hearts of the warriors of the Wild Goose Army, and awakening the blood of the Wild Goose Army in their bodies. The sound of battle was like thunder, and everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. It was a hatred that was countless times deeper than fierce Goose Sect. Everyone overcame the fear in their hearts and charged forward. At the same time, Ji Russian also raised the fighting spirit of the warriors of fierce Goose Sect. With the encouragement of Lin Feng's spear, it was like adding the finishing touch, completely changing the situation. For freedom and survival, the warriors of fierce Goose Sect unleashed their strongest strength, suppressing their inner demons and charging forward. At this moment, the Wild Goose Army and fierce Goose Sect were no longer enemies, but allies. They were not willing to wait for death. The war was completely ignited with Lin Feng's spear. Tens of millions of warriors charged towards the hundreds of thousands of wizard army, and the most shocking battle in the history of Wild Goose Army broke out. It was a battle for survival. Third update, added at 0:00. Chapter 7:18. The war had completely broken out. It was far more intense and cruel than the battle between fierce Yen School and Yenling Mansion. The sorcerer tribe members were fierce and ruthless. They had the upper hand in terms of individual strength, but this time, the human martial artists were extremely united. They had gathered the strongest forces of Yenling Mansion. The two forces were also erupting with strength far beyond their own for survival. Most importantly, the human army had the advantage of numbers. They had more than 10 times the number. However, not all individuals were inferior to the sorcerer tribe. For example, Wanmacho and Jishio were not weaker than the sorcerer tribe members of the same level. After all, the sorcerer tribe members of the Star Sea level were only teenagers to the human race, especially those who had not condensed their essence chi. Their strength was far less terrifying than the human race had imagined. The human race's combat strength erupted hysterically. They were fighting for survival. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng's secret clone kept releasing the power of fire to help the human martial artists. After half a year of cultivation in the giant tree world, not only had the strength of his main body improved greatly, but so had the strength of his secret clone. Although he had used up all his astral power to kill the mysterious underworld sorcerer, his secret clone had inexhaustible power after activating the destined star plate. His astral power was constantly replenishing. Inexhaustible. Whoosh. Lin Feng's main body sped forward. Shuttling through the chaotic battle, Lin Feng's eyes were like lightning. Unlike his secret clone, the strength of his main body was not inexhaustible. There was a limit to his strength, so he could not waste it. In particular, there were too many powerful enemies. 4. There are 4 more Star Lords. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he sensed deeply in his heart. The Zhurong Sorcerer Tribe, the Tianwu Sorcerer Tribe, the Gomong Sorcerer Tribe, and the most powerful, Dijiang Sorcerer Tribe. Other than me, no one can kill them, including Wanmacho. Lin Feng knew very well that even if they took turns to fight and had the advantage of numbers, they would still not be able to defeat the 4 Star Lords. Whether the human race could win this battle or not depended on him. If they won, the human race would have a great chance. But if he lost, the human race would definitely lose. Fortunately, the 4 Star Lords are not gathered together. Lin Feng thought that he was lucky. Although they had formed the Sorcerer Tribe Army, the Sorcerer Tribe Army was not that harmonious. Just like the thousands of tribes in Yanling and Liyan School, there would sometimes be fights between the Sorcerer Tribe. Clearly, their relationship wasn't that deep. Instead, it gave him a chance. Break them one by one. But we have to start with the strongest. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He clearly understood. Right now, he had to digitize his efficiency and maximize it. Dijiang Magus Clan. Legend has it that the Sorcerer Tribe is one of the best. I'd like to see how strong he is. Lin Feng nodded and his body disappeared in the air. Speed was unleashed to the extreme. His confidence increased greatly. Lin Feng's display of power gave the human army the strongest support. Following the hearts of the people was a very powerful force, including Wanmacho. Previously, he was still skeptical of Lin Feng's words. But now, even his confidence had been greatly boosted. It was really possible to defeat these sorcerer tribe. Half a year ago, I knew that this kid would be a huge problem for the thousands of tribes in Yanling, but I didn't expect. Wanmacho sighed in his heart. In just half a year, he has become so powerful. Not only has his strength caught up with me, but he has also left me far behind. A trace of loneliness appeared on Wanmacho's face. He suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought in his heart and felt bitter. However, Wanmacho was not careless. One sorcerer tribe member after another died in his hands. Wanmacho's power was no joke at the 3rd stage of the peak cosmic sea state. It was just that Lin Feng was too abnormal. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that this kid's strength would become so strong? It's actually a blessing for the thousands of tribes in Yanling. Without him, the thousands of tribes in Yanling would probably repeat the same mistake. Wanmacho sighed softly, but he felt that fate was playing with him. Originally, Lin Feng's increase in strength was a great threat to the thousands of tribes in Yanling. But now, he had become a powerful arm. So what if he destroyed the Li Yan sect and unified the Yanling mansion? In the end, they were still trampled by the sorcerer tribe army. The thousands of tribes in Yanling were covered in corpses. The scene of the Yanling tribe being slaughtered that day was reproduced. But what should we do in the future? Wan Macho sighed in his heart. Lin Feng's strength made him deeply afraid. It was too terrifying. Why are you thinking so much? Let's talk about other things after this war. The thousands of tribes in Yanling will definitely not lose again and let these sorcerer tribe members be arrogant and despotic. Wan Macho's eyes were bright. The wind followed and his figure floated. Punch after punch, his strength completely erupted. Because of Lin Feng's existence, he had already seen the light in the darkness. He had seen the dawn. The losers in this war might not be the humans. In the sky, a man and a bird collided with each other. Dijiang Sorcerer Tribe. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and sharp. In front of him was a Dijiang Sorcerer Tribe member who was 12 meters tall. His aura was extremely powerful. He had 4 wings, but they were different from the wings of the Go-Mang warlock. Dijiang's wings were very thin, like blades, as if they could cut through space. Because of these wings, Dijiang's speed was extremely fast. Dijiang had a human face and a bird's body. His body was thin, but his appearance was terrifying. He did not have a face. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose did not exist. His face was full of holes, and he looked terrifying. Red light flickered around his body. He flapped his wings lightly, and the space seemed to be cut open. The energy kept changing, and it was shocking. Whoosh! Whoosh! He flapped his wings. In an instant, a loud sound rang out, and Dijiang's energy completely erupted. It was a terrifying power. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and shouted. Thunder Slaughter Armor! Golden lightning covered his body. His skin, bones, and muscles completely changed. Facing the most powerful existence in the Sorcerer Tribe army, Lin Feng also used all his strength and no longer held back. The Dijiang Sorcerer Tribe in front of him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. If he was not careful, he would die without a burial ground. He was much more powerful than the Xianming Sorcerer Tribe. He was the real king of the Sorcerer Tribe army. Fight! Whether it was Wan Macho or the Xianming Sorcerer Tribe, Lin Feng was only fighting as a human, and he still kept his last trump card. But now, he had completely revealed his trump card. Thunder Slaughter Armor. This was Lin Feng's most powerful trump card as a god of war. His strength and defense suddenly doubled, and the increase in speed was minimal. However, Lin Feng's attack power, especially his attack speed, had become extremely terrifying. After strengthening his most powerful weapon, Lin Feng's body was now even stronger than that of a newly advanced Star Lord. The power of the God of War was 100%. The reason why he had not used the Thunder Slaughter armor was that there were many restrictions. Once the energy in the Golden Fate Disc was used up, he would not be able to use it in a short time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lightning trembled. This time, as Lin Feng reached the peak Star Sea state, even the Thunder Slaughter armor was completely different. Lin Feng's senses were exceptionally clear. The feeling of thunder filled his heart. The horn on his forehead flashed with electric light, startling him. The power of this thunder is so similar. It's almost the same as my constellation power. The feeling was very clear. The appearance of the Thunder Slaughter armor changed Lin Feng's aura again. Especially with the appearance of the lightning, the feeling of the amethyst spear had completely changed. It was as excited as blood boiling. The amethyst spear had come alive. What a strong pulse! What an astonishing power! Lin Feng's eyes lit up in disbelief. This amethyst spear had a mysterious origin, and its power was terrifying. But all this time, when he used it, even the strongest move, the goose feather spear art, he was in his human form. He had never used it in the state of the thunder slaughter armor. Now it was like a precious painting. On the sleeping dragon's body, the most important pair of eyes lit up. Boom! The dragon woke up in an instant. Its power exploded in an instant. Clang! The purple light of the amethyst spear bloomed. As if he had a feeling, Lin Feng inexplicably used the spear. Green smoke spear art. Pung! Lin Feng felt a huge force flash in his hand, and it was extremely shocking. The space in front of him shook violently, accompanied by a violent aura. It was the unreasonable attack of the Emperor River Witch tribe. He did not notice it at all. What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. Cutting through space, the Emperor River Witch tribe seemed to have teleported. No, it seemed to have suddenly appeared from a spatial point. Such an attack was impossible to guard against. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine. If the amethyst spear had not reacted on its own and used the spear art realm to drive his move, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. The Star Lord Emperor River Witch tribe was too terrifying. But there was no time to hesitate, because the Emperor River Witch tribe disappeared again. This time, Lin Feng's mind was focused to the extreme. It's coming. His heart trembled. The amethyst spear reacted quickly again, driving his body's movements. In the world of the giant tree, the 7 moves of the green smoke spear art, which he had practiced countless times, did not need to react at all. His body automatically used it. Pung, pung, pung. After blocking 3 spears, even if his strength increased greatly, he still felt as if his hands were numb. Lin Feng's expression was extremely shocked. Too shocking. His reaction speed was not as fast as the Emperor River Witch tribe's attack speed. Fast. One word to describe it was fast. It was an extremely fast attack, an attack that shocked people. The difference in realms was obvious at this moment. So powerful. Lin Feng's eyes were deep. This feeling gave him an extreme sense of danger. The Emperor River Witch tribe in front of him was very strong, but what shocked him even more was, it was the amethyst spear in his hand. It was extremely mysterious. Updated 4th update. Chapter 719. The spear could drive the body to perform spear move. It was unheard of. However, it was really happening in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. He blocked another 3 spears. The attack of the Dijiang wizard tribe arrived in the blink of an eye. It was as fast as the wind, making it impossible for him to react. It was as if he was fighting head-on, and suddenly, the figure in front of him disappeared. Suddenly, a light bloomed behind him, surging with killing intent. He couldn't figure out the trick at all. The entire space seemed to be under the control of the Dijiang wizard tribe. This kind of attack was extremely terrifying. Boom! The Emperor River Shaman tribe roared. This time, the power of a Star Lord was fully released. Even if the purple crystal spear could block on its own, it couldn't withstand it. Intense pain came from his chest. The Dijiang wizard tribe's attack tore through the defense of the Thunder Slaughter armor. The pain pierced his heart. Blood and pain entered his heart, but it aroused Lin Feng's fighting spirit. So what if the wizard tribe was one of the top tribes? So what if it was a Star Lord? So what if he couldn't see the attack? He couldn't accept defeat. He couldn't lose. Boom! The intense fire of devouring condensed on the purple crystal spear. It increased the power of the purple crystal spear again. Lin Feng's expression was serious, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. The first thing he had to do was to find his traces. Otherwise, he would lose this battle without a doubt. No matter how mysterious the amethyst spear was, it could only passively block. Although it could use the spear art, it was only a reflexive block. That day, he had been diligently practicing the green smoke spear art. After practicing for a long time, the amethyst spear had remembered this feeling. However, its power was ordinary. Entering the spear was the person's consciousness, entering the spear, not the spear's consciousness entering the person. The two were different. Bang! After another painful attack, Lin Feng's face was pale. The 8-star spirit treasure Blizzard Domain also failed. In front of a master who could control space, using a domain spirit treasure was like showing off in front of a master. The secret clone was useless at this time. The fireball couldn't capture the Dejiang wizard tribe's figure at all. In a short time, Lin Feng's body was injured in many places. Chi. Blindly resisting would only be a futile effort. There were bloody scars on his body. The attacks of the Dejiang shaman tribe were extremely sharp. If it weren't for the protection of the lightning slaughter armor and the weakening effect of this lightning, he would have already been beheaded. The Dejiang shaman race was too powerful. An opening! Where is his flaw? Lin Feng was anxious, but he could not find a flaw in the Dejiang shaman race. Perhaps there was a pattern to his appearance, and there would definitely be fluctuations in the spatial energy. But for him, his realm was not high enough. What should we do? How should we solve this? Lin Feng's expression turned serious. In a split second, another shadow appeared behind him. A swift and fierce attack shot straight towards his back. It was covered densely with the glow of lightning, and it forcefully resisted the terrifying attack from the Imperial River Shaman tribe. However, it still caused Lin Feng to seem as if he'd been struck by lightning, and his figure was blasted back like a kite with its string cut. He was heavily injured once more. There was simply no way to block it. Puff! He coughed up blood. Lin Feng once again displayed the amethyst spear in his hand. He blocked the pursuit of the Dejiang Magi, but his injuries worsened. Tragic. Blood kept flowing. In a short period of time, he was already heavily injured. If not for the protection of the lightning slaughter armor, he would have died long ago. If this goes on, I will definitely die. I can't do that. The lightning slaughter armor also had a limit. Once its energy was exhausted, the lightning slaughter armor would turn into nothingness. At that time, it would be his death. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, but he was naturally stubborn and refused to admit defeat. Moreover, he was now related to the survival of the entire Yanling prefecture. He could not lose. That's right. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. His attacks and movements rely on space. If I can destroy this layer of space, or rather disturb this space, perhaps I can give this method a try. Lin Feng nodded. Now, he could only take the risk. Boom! An enormous fireball flew over at lightning speed. It shot straight towards the Dejiang Magi. However, the wings easily cut through the space, and the Dejiang Magi instantly disappeared. It was not unexpected. Countless fireball attacks were all for naught just like that. They could not capture the figure of the Dejiang Magi at all. But this time, go! Lin Feng's eyes were extremely cold. The intense engulfing fire was released in a frenzy, forming a fierce and ferocious flame. Perhaps he could not control it with the power of a human soul, but with the amethyst spear as a medium, it was enough to release the devouring fire with his energy. Lin Feng roared. The amethyst spear was like a sharp arrow, shooting straight towards the reborn fireball. The two extreme forces collided. In an instant, boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying explosion seemed to turn everything into nothingness. The violent magnetic explosion caused the surrounding space to tremble, and the airflow was chaotic. As expected, space has been disturbed. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. However, he heard the Dejiang Magi's angry roar, which was sharp and mournful. His luck was quite good. Although it was a blind cat running into a dead mouse, the magnetic explosion seemed to it had injured the Dejiang Magi. He was unlucky. Amethyst spear. Lin Feng roared. In an instant, the horn on his forehead flashed with light. Lightning gathered, as if calling out to him. The amethyst spear instantly appeared in his hand. As expected, it's fine. Lin Feng's eyes shone. Although it was at the center of the explosion, the amethyst spear was unharmed. As expected of a purple-grade treasure, it had a lot to do with the ancient divine beast, Lightning Xiao. Naturally, it would not be damaged so easily. He had made the right bet by taking a gamble. Over there. This time, Lin Feng clearly sensed the Dijiang Magi's location. He did not sense it with his human soul, but with his life soul. Boom! The reborn fireball took the lead. The flames were ferocious as they shot towards the Dijiang Magi, who seemed to be at a loss. Such a situation was probably far beyond his expectations. For a race that relied on their innate talents to fight, once the environment changed and affected their innate talents and attacks, then the result, it would be extremely terrifying. Clang! The wings flapped. The turbulence in space seemed to have blocked the Dijiang Magi's movement. He could not break through space, or perhaps, because of the turbulence in space, he did not want to break through space. However, no matter what, a flaw had finally appeared. Do you think I will be afraid of you in a head-on battle? Lin Feng's eyes shone coldly. He looked at the Dijiang Magi, who was attacking him, and no longer felt threatened. He had the absolute ability to attack him. Perhaps, even without the assistance of the power of space, the speed of the Dijiang sorcerer tribe was still at the top. His offensive and defensive capabilities were not inferior to those of the Xianming sorcerer tribe. His overall strength was definitely in the top 3 of the 12 sorcerer tribes. However, he had enough confidence. Emperor Shun's stellar energy, 10th level. Goose feather spear art. It was a bloody battle. It was indeed a bloody battle. Lin Feng's body was almost broken to the extreme. He was on the verge of death. The Lightning Xiao armor flickered. It had no more power and slowly disappeared. Lin Feng floated in the air, his body covered in blood. It was as if he was bathed in blood. This battle was quite tragic. As expected of the Dijiang Magi. Even without the power of space, he is much stronger than the Xianming Magi. It's a pity that his pride is too strong. Lin Feng sighed. He felt that the battle just now had been very dangerous. In terms of strength, he was indeed not as strong as the Dijiang Magi. He had won because of luck. The Dijiang Magi's ability to control space was too terrifying. Even if he used the magnetic explosion in front of him, he would probably be able to escape safely. In this battle, even if space was disrupted, given the speed of the Dijiang Magi, as long as he was willing to escape, he would not be able to catch up. However, his pride was too strong. He would rather die than escape. Master said that the Dijiang Magi are like the royal family of the Magi. Every Dijiang Magi is extremely arrogant. And this is his biggest flaw. Lin Feng smiled faintly, feeling as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He had killed 2 of the 5-star Lord Magi, and the strongest of them was dead. His chances of winning this battle were more than 50%. However, I won't be able to fight for the time being, Lin Feng thought. He felt exhausted all over. The injuries to his body were just too severe. Even with the phoenix's blood constantly repairing his wounds, it was difficult to stop his injuries from worsening. The tremendous power of the Emperor's River Shaman tribe continued to seep into his body, like a powerful poison that was gnawing away at his body. I have to find a place to recuperate. Then I'll use the devouring fire to remove it slowly. Lin Feng thought. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned around. Behind him, a familiar figure landed in front of him. He had a shocked expression on his face as his eyes flashed. Wan Macho. Her eyes contained all kinds of complicated emotions. You killed the king of the Magi army, the Dijiang Magi? Wan Macho's voice trembled. She looked straight into Lin Feng's eyes. Others might not have sensed it, but how could someone as strong as Juan Macho not have sensed such an intense battle and such shocking battle waves? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't deny it. His answer was brief, but it made Juan Macho's heart tremble. The Star Lord Magi were already extremely terrifying, not to mention the Dijiang Magi, who were Star Lord Magi. They were terrifying beings who could easily slaughter 10 times the number of other Magi. They were the real royal family of the Magi. But now they were killed by a puny human being. Juan Macho felt goosebumps all over her body. She looked at Lin Feng in horror. Where did he come from? How could he have such terrifying power? Lin Feng's injuries were very serious. His body was completely destroyed. It was very dangerous under such circumstances. Their eyes met, but the relationship between Lin Feng and Juan Macho was inexplicable. If she wanted to fight, now was the best chance. Juan Macho's eyes were cold and bright. She clenched her fists, surrounded by brown starlight. Bang! Her killing intent was obvious. First update. Chapter 720. Leave this to me. Let's go. Juan Macho's eyes glinted coldly as she stared ahead. Countless members of the sorcerer tribe surged over, and among them, there were quite a number of Star Sea level members of the Emperor River Sorcerer tribe. Although their strength was far from the Emperor River Sorcerer tribes, with such a large formation, it was easy to kill the severely injured Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. You don't want to kill me? Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Juan Macho stood in front of Lin Feng and shouted coldly, Who do you think I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a sharp arrow without any hesitation. Although you're an enemy, not a friend. You're an enemy worthy of respect. Lin Feng smiled faintly before he turned around and left. Juan Macho had saved his life. In front of him, the flames were ferocious. Lin Feng looked calm as his secret clone led the way. So what if they were sorcerers? Today, he was fully deserving of the title of Yenling Manners, the most powerful. The war was still going on. As this shocking news spread, the fighting spirit of the warriors of the Wild Goose Feather Tribe and the Fierce Goose School, who were fighting with all their might, instantly soared. Lin Feng, the king who killed the sorcerer army. A Star Lord from Dijiang Sorcerer Tribe. The morale of the human warriors was at its peak. On the contrary, the morale of the sorcerers dropped a lot. The death of the king did not make them angry or hateful. Instead, it made the proud and arrogant sorcerers feel distracted and uneasy. It was a kind of hesitation. Their hearts began to waver. All along, humans had been their vassals and prey. But now they began to resist. The sorcerers suddenly realized that humans had the strength to resist them. Perhaps they were not strong individually, but it was 10 against 1, 100 against 1. The biggest advantage of the humans was fully displayed. There were many of them, tens of millions of Star Sea level warriors against hundreds of thousands of sorcerers. The number was more than 10 times. Moreover, not all of the sorcerers were Star Sea level. More than half of them were Star River level. Kill. Everyone, kill. The sorcerers are scared. The sorcerers are scared. Ha 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 ha. We're definitely going to win. The morale of the human martial artists was extremely high. As the sorcerer tribesmen fell one by one, the situation on the battlefield became more and more in favor of the human ancient martial art practitioners. This was because the number of people was gradually increasing. It was a terrible tilt. Boom! Another body over 10 meters tall fell down. Lin Feng's face was pale, but he put on a feeble smile. He had killed the third Star Lord of the sorcerers. Zhurong Magus clan. Except for the Dijiang Magus clan, the Zhurong Magus clan was the biggest threat to Ji Hao. He would never have thought that he would be able to kill a Star Lord Zhu Rong when he had just entered the battle spirit world. But now, he had actually done it. The bodies of the sorcerer tribe are indeed tough, Lin Feng murmured. After absorbing the original firepower, the bodies of Zhu Rong Magi clan people had become especially strong, both in terms of defensive power and toughness. Coupled with the fact that he was unable to use fire attacks, this battle could be said to be a confrontation, and it was difficult to determine the victor. However, he had won in the end. The sorcerers have a fatal weakness. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Perhaps they have intelligence, but they lack training. They have strong combat power, but they don't know how to use it. I have to strengthen my combat power to the maximum. In this regard, the human martial artists were better than the sorcerers. Human martial artists were constantly in battle, and their strength had been tempered thousands of times. In terms of strength, not to mention the Star Lord Dijiang Magus clan, the Zhu Rong Magus clan alone was many times stronger than Ji Hao, not to mention that his fire attacks were completely restrained. However, Ji Hao was the one who had the last laugh. There are two more, the Tianwu Magus clan and the Gomong Magus clan. Lin Feng smiled. His body was severely injured, and his god of war strength was less than 10%, and he was almost unable to continue. However, he was still quite confident in defeating the remaining two Star Lord Magi. Yanling Prefecture. At this moment it was chaos. Everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone was scared to the point that their faces were deathly pale, and they were incomparably shocked. The sorcerers were here. Ether Foam City, a small city in the south of Yanling Prefecture. That day, the sorcerers had almost razed this place to the ground and slaughtered everyone. However, because of the battle between Fierce Yen Sect and Yanling Prefecture, the intense killing intent and blood had completely attracted the sorcerers' army. Therefore, many martial artists and residents had escaped the calamity. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world, not to mention a serious matter like the sorcerers' invasion. As the martial artists who had escaped the calamity in Ether Foam City scattered throughout Yanling Prefecture, the news spread like wildfire in a short period of time. Soon, it affected the entire Yanling Prefecture. The arrival of the sorcerer's army was the true end of the world. Run, run. Oh my God, I don't want to become food for the sorcerers. Who can save us? People cried and screamed, and everyone was terrified to the extreme. The sorcerer's reputation spread far and wide, and everyone knew how powerful the sorcerers were. That day, the Yanling Prefecture was massacred by the sorcerers, and the entire Yanling Prefecture was almost destroyed. This legend quickly spread everywhere, causing the people of Yanling Prefecture to be even more afraid and terrified. The end of the world was coming, and there was no hope of survival. That was the sorcerers. According to the legends, they were the absolute rulers of the human race. Who could fight against them? Escape? Yanling Prefecture was so big, so where was it absolutely safe? Who could fight against them? Before Lin Feng's arrival, there was no one. However, after Lin Feng's arrival, there was the first one. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying flames filled the surroundings, blasting everything into nothingness and shattering them into pieces. The sky was dyed fiery red, and the surrounding space was in chaos. The airflow was like ripples, and there was no sense of direction at all. This place had now become a wasteland. Its power was extremely great. There was only silence. Only Lin Feng was floating in the air. He looked exhausted, and his gaze was slightly blurry. Finally, it's over. Lin Feng was completely relieved. He was seriously injured, and his body was badly mutilated. There was almost no piece of skin that was intact. The last magnetic explosion had used up the last of his strength, and it was as if he was exhausted. Not to mention attacking, even moving would make his body feel like it was about to fall apart. His body had completely collapsed. He was like a broken piece of porcelain, falling apart into pieces. However, Lin Feng's lips were brimming with a smile. The 5-star Lord Sorcerers are all dead. Wan Macho should be able to take care of the rest with her strength. I've accomplished my mission and retired. Lin Feng smiled weakly, feeling a sense of security. Since the beginning of the war, he had known that the 5-star Lord Sorcerers would be the biggest threat. But now, the threat was gone. The last magnetic explosion had blown 2-star lords from the Tianwu Sorcerer tribe and the Gomong Sorcerer tribe into pieces, but it had also used up the last of his strength. He had first fought the Xianming Sorcerer tribe, and then the Dijiang Sorcerer tribe. He was already badly injured, and then he fought the Zhurong Sorcerer tribe, which worsened his injuries. But now, I'm afraid I'll have to rest for a while. Lin Feng curled his lips. His injuries were so serious that he couldn't bear to see it. However, it was worth it. There's a huge gap between the Star Sea level and the Star Lord level of the sorcerers. Now the human warriors have the upper hand. As long as we can hold on, we'll win in the end. Feeling exhausted and weak, Lin Feng suddenly closed his eyes. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the secret clone took it. The flames surrounded it and disappeared in an instant. The 5 auras have all disappeared. He really did it. Floating in the air, Wan Macho's eyes glittered. The wind followed, and the airflow was constantly changing. Wan Macho was like the son of wind, fighting in a relaxed manner. Every time he made a move, he would kill a member of the sorcerer tribe. The other warriors were all envious and reverent of him. Her strength was far beyond the Star Sea level. She was too strong. I thought that when you said 100%, it was just encouragement and hope. I didn't expect it to be true. Wan Macho's eyes were bright, and her heart was very light. The current situation was under the control of the human warriors. After losing the 5 leaders, the morale of the sorcerer's army plummeted. There was no way to turn the situation around. All this was because of one person, Lin Feng. I can't compare to you, Lin Feng. Wan Macho's eyes glittered and she sighed. Her floating figure looked very lonely. You're the real strongest person in Yanling Mansion. After this battle, Wan Macho was completely convinced. Lin Feng's strength had completely convinced her. The war was over. As the remaining tens of thousands of sorcerers fled, the human warriors burst into deafening cheers. We won, ha ha. We won, we really won. Yes, ha 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 ha, we actually defeated the sorcerers. Countless warriors were so happy that they even cried tears of joy. Countless warriors hugged each other excitedly. Regardless of whether it was the Wild Goose Feather Tribe or the Fierce Goose School, the hatred between them completely vanished at this moment. Defeating the common enemy, defeating the legendary existence, everyone felt as if their hearts were liberated. For a long time, all humans had been living under the shadow of the sorcerers. The sorcerers were the rulers of humans. But now they finally won. Especially the people of the Yanling tribe, countless of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky. Even Wan Macho was floating in the air, looking up at the sky. A line of clear tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Ancestor, we won. We finally defeated the sorcerers and took revenge. Wan Macho's heart was very calm. At this moment, he was completely satisfied. No one knew how much pressure he was under. With the entire Yanling tribe on his shoulders, Wan Macho did something that all the people of the Yanling tribe did not dare to do, against the sorcerers. If he failed, he would become a sinner of the Yanling tribe. But he won the bet. This was definitely a battle that would be recorded in the history book. Humans had defeated the sorcerers, which was rare. Second update, third update 0.00. Chapter 721. The news spread quickly. All the martial artists in Yanling Prefecture were stunned. Their panicked faces were instantly filled with joy and surprise. Everyone was bursting with joy. The huge stone in his heart was finally lifted. Have you heard? The million-strong sorcerer tribe army was defeated. Yes, my cousin is in Fierce Goose Sect. That battle was fierce. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Blood flowed like a river. Let me tell you. That was the new sect master of Fierce Goose Sect, Lin Feng. He took the head of the king of the sorcerer tribe and defeated the entire sorcerer tribe army single-handedly. Different versions of the story were spread in every city. One spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the more it spread, the more exaggerated and ridiculous it became. However, it was undeniable that everyone in Yanling Prefecture was filled with joy and excitement. It was the joy of surviving a disaster. Lin Feng's name was known in Yanling Prefecture. From lonely old men to 3-year-old children, there was no one who did not know this hero. He was the true hero who saved Yanling Prefecture. Fierce Goose Sect. Are you kidding? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It's true, Lin De Go. Qin Qianqian's beautiful eyes glowed as she giggled. You don't know that everyone is talking about you. Everyone knows that you're the hero who saved Yanling Prefecture. Many girls think of you as their Prince Charming, their dream lover. Stop. Lin Feng shook his head. Although he did contribute, it wasn't that exaggerated, right? Lin Feng looked at Zhu Ling's valiant face and glanced at her. You did it again, second senior brother? I'm innocent. Zhu Ling was shocked and jumped up. Who else could it be? Lin Feng frowned. You just did it a few days ago. Zhu Ling was the one who secretly took a video of him killing the Star Lord Xianming sorcerer. After the battle, Zhu Ling sent the video out. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Now, almost every city in Yanling Prefecture had the video. Hey, isn't that to help you spread your name? Zhu Ling blinked. Second senior brother. Lin Feng couldn't do anything about Zhu Ling. His second senior brother had always been so frivolous. And at this moment, haha. Outside the door, Ji Russian and Ji Jean walked in with smiles on their faces. Little junior brother, you've wronged second junior brother this time. Master, eldest senior brother. Lin Feng nodded. I was the one who got someone to release the news this time. Ji Jean smiled and said, Feng, the video of your battle with the Dark Underworld Shaman clan has become very famous, and it's time to strike while the iron is hot. Your master will increase your fame and take advantage of the situation. Firstly, it will intimidate the thousands of Wild Goose Feather clan, and secondly, it will increase Fierce Goose School's reputation. You don't mind, do you? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Of course not. He completely understood his master's intentions, even though he didn't want to do it. However, if he could help Lian's school, it did not matter. Anyway, he was going to stay in Yanling Manor and Lian's school for a while. He would help as much as he could. The effect is very obvious. Ji Russian nodded with a smile. Because of you, little junior brother, more and more martial artists have come to join Fierce Goose School these days. Many of them came because of your reputation. In the coming days, Fierce Goose School's reputation will be the best in the entire Yanling Manor, and even outshine the thousands of Wild Goose Feather clan. Lin Feng smiled and nodded slightly. To be honest, the power struggle in Yanling Manor was not attractive to him at all. After this battle, Wan Macho had completely thought it through and was no longer obsessed with the power struggle. Or rather, Wan Macho had fulfilled her responsibility to the family. She had succeeded and no longer needed to do things that he felt were meaningless. The true path of a martial artist is to search for the heavenly Tao and find oneself. Thank you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but smile calmly as he recalled what Wan Macho had said to him after the battle that day. Between them, a smile would erase all enmity. Master, how's your body? Lin Feng looked at Ji Jean and asked with concern. He was still most worried about his master. His meridians were all broken. Even if his master had taken the healing 8-star immortal fruit, it could only temporarily delay his injuries. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ji Jin nodded with a smile. I can't practice martial arts or fight for the time being. I can handle some sect affairs. Looking at Ji Russian, Ji Jin smiled and said, You can take advantage of this time to help your eldest senior brother familiarize himself with and control Fierce Goose School. Even if half a year. Ji Jin sighed softly and smiled. Look at me. I've become so long-winded when I'm old. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely come back with the 9-star immortal fruit in half a year. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Ji Jin nodded. Even if my strength can be fully recovered, it's time to hand over the sect to Russian. Looking at Lin Feng, Ji Jin smiled and said, Feng you don't mind, right? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Eldest senior brother is the most suitable candidate. Although he was the sect master in name to the outside world, it was actually his eldest senior brother who was in charge of the sect affairs. Moreover, he didn't like being the sect master. To him, power was far less important than strength. Dealing with sect affairs was far less interesting than cultivating. Most importantly, he would enter the Yenling royal mansion in half a year. It would be about time for him to leave. It was time for him to head to the Vermilion Bird continent in the southern region. The 9 provinces of the human race. That was where the true elites of the human race gathered. That place had the true history and heritage of the human race. It was completely different from the mansion that could be destroyed at any time. In the Yenling royal mansion, every cultivator cultivated desperately in order to enter the 9 provinces. In fact, only cultivators at the Star Lord level were truly qualified to enter. As for himself, Vermilion Bird Continent, Shirluo County. It's also time for me to find out about my origins and my roots. Lin Clan Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He was looking forward to it. However, before that, he still had many things to do. Fierce Yen School, intersect. At the edge of a beautiful and picturesque lake, a barefooted short-haired girl was splashing on the water. Her neat bangs perfectly framed her peach-shaped face. Her face, which should have been blooming with a happy smile, had a hint of worry. Qin Qianqian. What are you thinking about, junior sister? Behind her, a young man with 2 swords on his back slowly walked over. His indigo eyes shone faintly. It was Ji Xia. Walking to Qin Qianqian's side, Ji Xia smiled slightly and sat down. Senior brother, Qin Qianqian called softly, but her expression was still unhappy. Our little princess also has worries? Ji Xia smiled. Don't make fun of me, senior brother. Qin Qianqian rested her chin on her hand and curled her cherry lip. Qianqian is very troubled. Ji Xia smiled and said, You're troubled about Brother Lin, right? Qin Qianqian was surprised. How did you know, senior brother? You and I grew up together. How could you hide it from me? Ji Xia rubbed Qin Qianqian's little head. His expression was full of affection. He had always treated Qin Qianqian as his own sister. Is it because Brother Lin is about to leave and hasn't told you? Qin Qianqian shook her head. Linda Gu mentioned to me a long time ago that he would take me with him. Ji Xian nodded with satisfaction. Isn't that good? What's there to worry about? Pursing her lips, Qin Qianqian said softly, Do you know, senior brother, Sister Linglong is actually not from Yenling School? Qin Qianqian and Shui Linglong had gone through life and death together in the Yenling imperial residence, and even cultivated together. Not only did they spend 1,000 days in the 4th heavenly layer, they even cultivated together for 10,000 days in the 5th heavenly layer. Qin Qianqian and Shui Linglong had already become sworn sisters. Ji Xia was surprised. Sister Linglong came to Fierce Yen School this time to train, Qin Qianqian said softly. Ji Xia's eyes flickered. She's going back? Qin Qianqian nodded. Before she left, she told me that she gained a lot from this trip to Yenling School and learned a lot of things. Because of this, she made up her mind to go home and take the toughest test. She wants to improve her strength and doesn't want to be a burden to others. Ji Xia hummed softly. She understood what Qin Qianqian meant. Everyone has their own path to walk. Ji Xia nodded. Qin Qianqian's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured. After a long time, she turned to look at Ji Xia and smiled. Thank you, senior brother. Qianqian has thought it through. That's good. Ji Xia smiled. You've decided? Lin Feng looked at Qin Qianqian. Yes, Lin de Go. Qin Qianqian nodded and smiled. Silly girl, don't think too much. You won't be a burden to me. Lin Feng caressed her smooth face and said softly. He had already guessed what Qin Qianqian was thinking. Therefore, he had already mentioned it to prevent her from thinking too much. But he didn't expect. Qin Qianqian smiled sweetly. No, Lin de Go. Qianqian is almost 18 years old. It's time for me to return to the Chamber of Commerce. There was a trace of reluctance in her voice. Lin Feng sighed. How could this little girl's behavior hide from him? But this time, Qin Qianqian seemed to have made up her mind. No matter how he tried to persuade her, it was useless. It seemed that she had really grown up. All right. Lin Feng smiled. Anyway, we're all in the 9 states of the southern region. It'll be convenient for us to meet. In his heart there was also a slight reluctance. But now was not the time to indulge in love. There were still many things waiting for him to do. Especially since he had never been to the Vermilion Bird continent. There were too many uncertainties. It was indeed better for Qin Qianqian to return to the Qin Chamber of Commerce first. Yes. Qin Qianqian smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Lin de Go. Senior brother will also follow me to the Yellow Crane continent. We can take care of each other. Lin Feng nodded. He knew what Ji Xia was thinking. Instead of being mediocre in the Yanling prefecture, it was better to go to the 9 states and fight. After entering the Qin Chamber of Commerce, Qianqian would take care of him. At least, his future would be much brighter than in the Yanling prefecture. But Qin Qianqian gazed at Lin Feng. Her eyes flashed with affection. She bit her cherry lips and said softly, Lin de Gu, I don't know how long we'll be apart. Before I leave, can you fulfill one of my wishes? Third update. Chapter 722. Fierce Yen sect was huge. In terms of size, it was no smaller than Sky Marshall Continent. In terms of scenery, it was extremely beautiful. Beautiful mountains and clear waters could be seen everywhere. It was refreshing. Lin de Gu, look. That's the biggest lake in the 96th district, Gold Lake. I heard that every noon, the lake would emit a faint golden light, just like the light emitted by the gold fragments in the gold mines. That's how it got its name. Qin Qianqian pointed into the distance and said happily. I see. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked at the lake in the distance and smiled. Holding Qin Qianqian's hand, he strolled through the beautiful scenery to calm his heart. After the continuous killings, he had also been infected with some crazy and negative emotions. Relaxing once in a while can loosen up the tense nerve. Lin de Gu, let's go boating. Qin Qianqian's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Let's go, Lin Feng smiled. Yay, that's great. Qin Qianqian happily held Lin Feng's hand and tiptoed to kiss Lin Feng lightly. Feeling the remaining warmth on his cheek, Lin Feng felt a warm current in his heart. Ever since he entered Fierce Yen sect, he had not accompanied Qianqian properly. He had indeed neglected her. Fortunately, Qianqian had never been calculative and had been silently contributing behind his back. He was really touched by her sincerity. Let's relax for 3 days. We'll tour the entire Fierce Yen sect, Lin Feng smiled. This was Qianqian's last wish before she left. Accompanied by the person she loved the most, she wanted to tour the place where she grew up and leave behind the best memories. This trip to Yellow Crane Province, There was a high possibility that she would not return to Yanling Prefecture. She was extremely reluctant to leave. "Thank you, Lin Degu." Qin Qianshan leaned on Lin Feng and closed her eyes warmly. Although she knew that as long as she asked, Lin Feng would agree to any wish, but this was enough. Boating on lakes, climbing mountains, picking fruits, planting trees, Lin Feng and Qin Qianshan spent 3 days together. It was a heartwarming time for the two of them. They spent 24 hours a day together, feeling each other's warmth and feeling each other's feelings. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world. After all, Qin Qianshan was not yet 18 years old, and the two of them had not yet held a wedding ceremony. According to the rules of the 9 provinces, a woman would only be considered an adult at the age of 18 and could marry. However, this would not affect the feelings between two people. Sometimes, pure spiritual love would make them rely on each other and reluctant to part with each other. It was a long kiss, and it took a long time for their lips to part. Qin Qianshan hugged Lin Feng tightly, burying her head in Lin Feng's arms and closing her eyes. "Silly girl, why bother?" Lin Feng gently stroked Qin Qianshan's hair. He could completely feel the little girl's inner struggle and reluctance. She didn't want to leave him, but she didn't want to be his burden. "Come with me to the Vermilion Bird Continent, Qianshan," Lin Feng said gently. "I will take care of you." Qin Qianshan shook her head gently and did not speak. However, this action meant that this time, Qianshan's determination was very strong and unshakable. Sighing in his heart, Lin Feng closed his eyes and did not say anything else after sensing the feelings of the beautiful woman. If he said too much, it would make him seem pretentious. Qianshan had grown up. "Brother Ji, then I'll have to trouble you." Lin Feng nodded gently. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I treat Qianshan like my own sister," Ji Xia said with a smile. "This separation will take at least 1.5 years, and at most 5 to 7 years. You have to take good care of yourself and don't let me worry. If you have the chance, come to the Qin Chamber of Commerce in the Yellow Crane Continent." "I will." Lin Feng smiled. He looked at Qin Qianshan. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without words. Qianshan knew his feelings very well. After things settled down and he finished what he had to do in the Vermilion Bird Continent, he would definitely go to the Yellow Crane Continent to propose marriage and marry Qin Qianshan officially. That day, he treated Zi Yao like that. In the future, he would treat Qianshan like that. As a man, since he had said it, he had to do it. That was his promise. "Wait for me, Qianshan," Lin Feng said seriously. "Yes, Lin Degu." Qin Qianshan nodded with tears in her beautiful eyes. They hugged each other deeply, feeling each other's warmth and remembering the familiar smell. In their hearts they were extremely reluctant to part, but they still said the word goodbye. Qin Qianshan left as if something was missing. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng focused on his cultivation. The injuries on his body were gradually recovering. In the battle with the Magi army, he had exhausted his mental strength and his body and mind were severely injured. However, at least he had won. "Moreover, my injuries are not as serious as last time," Lin Feng murmured softly. Last time, when he fought against Wan Macho, he was even more seriously injured. In the end, he barely escaped with the help of the wind escape. Thinking about it, he felt quite nostalgic. He didn't expect to make such great progress in such a short time. He had already forgotten about Wan Macho. Not to mention that he was only at the peak of the Star Sea State. Even if Wan Macho became a Star Lord, he was absolutely confident. One move, defeat him. While thinking, Lin Feng's eyebrows relaxed and he couldn't help but smile. What he thought came true. "You are a guest. Leader Wan, don't you want to come in and have a seat?" Lin Feng said indifferently and suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, a shadow flashed in front of him, bringing a gust of wind. His entire person seemed to have merged with the wind. Both his expression and temperament were completely different from before. With sparkling eyes, Juan Macho walked over with a faint smile on her face. What a sharp perception. Brother Lin, you're indeed not the same as before. Isn't it the same for you, Leader Juan? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. You made a breakthrough so quickly? Juan Macho nodded. In fact, I should have made the breakthrough long ago, but before… Juan Macho chuckled and said, Forget it. I don't want to talk about what happened before. Besides, I'm no longer Leader Juan. Lin Feng was surprised. Have you forgotten what I said to you 10 days ago? Juan Macho smiled. Worldly fame and power are no longer important to me. I've also let go of my grudge against the fierce Yen school. I'm just a pure warrior now, a man who pursues the ultimate of martial arts. I am myself, Juan Macho. Juan Macho stared at Lin Feng with his burning eyes. Their eyes met. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Congratulations, Brother Juan. After the battle with the fierce Yen school, the grudge between him and Juan Macho had long been erased. He was happy to see such a change in Juan Macho. At least, there was one less enemy. Brother Lin, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Juan Macho smiled valiantly. He took out a wine pot and put it on the table with a thud. Would you do me the honor of drinking and chatting with me? Let's get to know each other again and be friends? Lin Feng opened the lid of the wine pot with his right hand and smiled. My pleasure. Brother Juan, you're not going to the great Yen continent. Lin Feng was surprised. Yes, I don't want to live under the shadow of my family anymore. Juan Macho said seriously. After the battle with the shaman tribe, I've thought it through. Family is different from sect. Family is like a shackle that locks me, preventing me from leaving that area. Besides, I don't want to be caught in the endless power struggle. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. His master had mentioned this to him before. Fierce Yen School had many seniors in the great Yen continent. Fierce Yen School had Yenling tribe, so did Yenling tribe. In fact, the great Yen continent was the closest to Yenling prefecture among the 9 continents of the southern region. Therefore, there were many seniors of Yenling prefecture there. However, these Yenling prefecture used to be the top existences, but they were nothing in the 9 continents. Just the great Yen continent alone had tens of thousands of prefectures around it. Yenling prefecture was only one in 10,000 of them. And these tens of thousands of prefectures were only a small part of the great Yen continent. In the 9 continents, even a county was quite impressive, let alone a continent. The elite warriors of Yenling Prefecture, as strong as the 2 top forces of Yenling Tribe and Fierce Yen School, were only insignificant forces in Fengyan County of Great Yen Continent. They also had to act according to the mood of others. Juan Macho had his reasons for not wanting to go to the Great Yen Continent. Why should he put himself in a birdcage when he was free to fly? What do you plan to do, Brother Juan? Lin Feng nodded. Juan Macho picked up the wine cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. His eyes lit up. I have more than 30 million points in Yenling Prefecture. I can go to 4 of the 9 continents of the southern region. Apart from the Great Yen Continent, I'm still considering Yellow Crane Prefecture, Vermilion Bird Prefecture, and Small Spring Prefecture. I haven't decided yet. Lin Feng grunted softly. He understood. The 9 continents were not connected. Instead, they were scattered in every corner of the southern region. There were tens of thousands of prefectures around each prefecture. If they were to zoom in, the entire southern region, including the 9 prefectures and these prefectures, was only the tip of the iceberg. The real southern region was vast and boundless. Most of it was occupied by the wizard tribe and the ancient tribe. The 9 prefectures, including these countless prefectures, were less than 1% of the total land. The further one was from the 9 prefectures, the higher the points needed to reach them. Brother Juan, if you can't decide, why don't you consider going to the Vermilion Bird Prefecture? Lin Feng raised his wine cup and smiled. We don't know each other until we fight. We can be considered friends. When we enter the Vermilion Bird Prefecture, we might be able to look after each other. Juan Macho's eyes lit up. He nodded thoughtfully. In a new and unfamiliar environment, it's a blessing to have more friends to help me. Juan Macho smiled. Anyway, as long as I don't go to the Great Yen continent, it doesn't matter where I go. The Vermilion Bird Prefecture. It's not bad. Then it's settled. Lin Feng raised his wine cup and smiled. Okay. Juan Macho also raised his wine cup and smiled. They drank to each other. They didn't know each other until they fought. Part 1 Part 2 1900 hours. Chapter 723. Qin Qianqian and Ji Xia left. Juan Macho also left. The points exchange in Yenling Royal Mansion could be done at any time, not once a year. According to Juan Macho, he would go ahead and settle down in the wasteland. Most importantly, Juan Macho had reached the Star Lord level. Naturally, he couldn't stay here for long. No one knew how many sorcerers there were in Yenling Royal Mansion. They only knew that the hundreds of thousands of sorcerers were just the tip of the iceberg. No one knew why the sorcerers invaded Yenling Royal Mansion, but there was a rumor that if a warrior in Yenling Royal Mansion reached the Star Lord level and didn't leave, he would definitely offend the sorcerers. This place was like the sorcerer's backyard, and humans were just the prey in the backyard. If the strength of the prey exceeded the master's bottom line and tolerance, it would be a terrible thing. Although the rumor had been circulating for a long time, it was better to believe it than not. Lin Feng entered the land of wood spirits to cultivate again. What was different from the last time was that there were two more people this time. Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu. Since they were fellow disciples and friends who had gone through thick and thin together, Lin Feng wouldn't be so stingy. After knowing that Lin Feng had such a good cultivation environment, Zhu Ling shamelessly wanted a share of the benefits, and even Ji Xiu was shameless for once. However, it didn't matter. After all, the remaining wood spirit hearts were enough. Besides, I'm about to leave Yenling Royal Mansion, and I won't come here for a long time, Lin Feng thought softly. After absorbing enough wood spirit energy and even having a thriving giant tree in his wood spirit star disk, he didn't want to stay in this land of wood spirits anymore. If there was anything, it was just that he was worried about Xian Er, but he didn't know how she was doing now. The Red Sky Passage is still closed. If something happened after such a long time, it should have ended long ago. Clearly, this should be a great opportunity for Xian. Who knows, it might be even better than mine. Lin Feng smiled. On the one hand, he was worried about Xian Er, but on the other hand, he was happy for her. After all, he was well aware of the mysteries and powers of the wood spiritual land. Every single giant tree here possessed extraordinary powers that were far beyond his reach. To be able to receive the call of this mysterious power, it must be a kind of inheritance. I have to continue working hard too. There's no point in keeping the wood spirit heart. There are still 5 months before the opening of the Yenling Royal Residence. This time, use it up. Lin Feng smiled. Soon after, he stepped into the giant tree world. He had reached the end of his path to becoming a war god. He could become a Star Lord at any time. However, on the path of becoming a celestial spirit master, there was still a step that he needed to cross, and it was the most difficult and time-consuming step. The number of stars increased from the 9th to the 10th. It was very difficult. Although with the star ring, he could sense the power of the constellations on a deeper level, and his absorption and cultivation speed had increased. By focusing on cultivating and increasing his astral power, the life soul's astral power grew several times faster than the human soul's. However, it must be known that it took a total of 9,000 days for the human soul to increase from the 9th star to the 10th star. And that was because the life soul's astral power had already reached 50% of the ninth star. If he walked the entire path, in other words, it would take him 18,000 days. How shocking! And the life soul needed 10 times more time to increase from the ninth to the 10th star than the human soul. In other words, it would take him 180,000 days. That was terrifying. With the star ring, I can save almost half the time. The life soul is more efficient than the human soul, so it can save me half the time. And this. Lin Feng's eyes glowed as he held the astral staff. The astral staff treated everyone equally. Not only could it enhance the sensing ability of the human soul, but it could also enhance the sensing ability of the life soul, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hiss, hiss. Dense astral power poured into his body through the astral staff and was quickly absorbed. The red light kept gathering. Lin Feng looked serious and soon immersed himself in cultivation. With the help of the astral staff, all the problems were no longer a problem. The path that would have taken him 50,000 days was now only 10,000 days. In the world of the giant tree with a ratio of 1:300, 1 cycle would take him 3,000 days. 5 cycles of astral power was more than enough. Time flew. After the defeat of the wizard tribe, peace returned to the Yenling mansion. No one expected that the Yenling mansion and the Lian school would turn hostility into friendship, and the war completely stopped. Since the 2 giants had settled the matter, the other forces did not dare to make a move. One by one, they ceased all activities. The entire Yenling manor was filled with joy and harmony, returning to tranquility. As if infected by the humans, the wizard tribe did not appear again. The Yenling mansion returned to normal. And the name Lin Feng had replaced Wan Macho as the strongest person in the Yenling mansion. Peace was there most of the time, but the fighting would not stop. Because this was the instinct of human nature, an unchanging law. Because the human heart was not enough. In the Chiyu Palace, the fighting was very fierce. Although Wan Macho had left, the Vice Palace Master Qian Jun was an ambitious person and did not want to give up. Moreover, without Wan Macho, Qian Jun acted without scruples, and the Chiyu Palace became even more chaotic. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Feng. In the world of the giant tree, Lin Feng, Zhu Ling, and Ji Xiu were cultivating wholeheartedly, ignoring the outside world. Like dominoes, Lin Feng's rise caused too many people to change. Qin Qianqian and Shui Linglong were like that, Bai Yi and Ji Xia were like that, and so were Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu. Especially Ji Xiu, who did not come from a good background, had aspired to be above others since he was young, and in fact, he had done it. The rare genius of the Lian school had killed one of the 3 powerhouses of the Yenling mansion, Wan Pejuan, at the age of 20. It was enough to make him famous and respected. However, there was always a mountain higher than another. Lin Feng's sudden rise had completely surpassed him. There was a feeling of being better than you, and all the joys and sorrows were in his heart. However, Ji Xiu was not the kind of person who felt sorry for himself. The training he had undergone since he was young had made his temperament extremely firm. Failure and setbacks had turned into motivation for him to grow. In this aspect, even Zhu Ling could not compare to him. However, in terms of the heart to become stronger and the determination to persevere, Zhu Ling was not inferior at all. Just like that, the 3 of them cultivated and competed silently in the world of the giant tree. 3 new stars were rising slowly. In the 3rd month of the next year. At this time, there was less than a month before the opening of the Yenling mansion. After 5 months of continuous cultivation and living like an ascetic monk, Lin Feng finally obtained the result he wanted. Zzz. Zzz. In the life spirit, a bright red light covered everything. It was an extremely huge ball of light, which was far more powerful than the star power ball in the human soul that had dozens of star weights. It was equivalent to the 11 star weights of the human soul, and it was completely saturated at this time. As the last drop of star power merged, the huge red ball of light emitted an extremely bright light, and the halo expanded rapidly. The oval shape became bigger and bigger, and the 7 colors became more and more obvious. It was changing rapidly. The ball of light jumped lightly, and it felt as if it had come alive. It felt completely different from when it was at the 9th level, 8th level, 9th level, 10th level. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. His star ring had changed too much. As the oval shape became longer and longer, the layers transformed from 7 to 10, and the boundaries between the layers were abnormally clear. It was like a ruler. Originally, there was only the boundary between meters, but now there was even the boundary between millimeters. It was extremely shocking. Master once said that the limit of the star ring's layers should be 7 levels, but there are actually 10 levels? And it's so fine. Lin Feng was astounded. His heart raced as he watched the star ring expand rapidly. Surprise and surprise came one after another. Halo. It was flickering with a faint halo. That was the faint halo that would appear at the periphery of a legendary martial artist's star ring, and it was as beautiful as a rainbow. It was a kind of recognition, an affirmation of a martial artist's talent. It was a supreme honor. My celestial spirit master talent is indeed far superior to my war god talent. The difference is too great. Lin Feng was incomparably amazed. Comparing the two, the difference was not just a little. The human soul's star ring only had 2 levels of differentiation, and it was hazy and unclear. In the 3-grade star ring classification, it barely entered the 2nd grade, middle grade. In the ordinary talent column, its star constellation perception was ordinary. However, the Life Soul's star ring had not only exceeded the high-grade 7 levels, it had reached 10 levels of differentiation. Moreover, what a deep halo! What bright and beautiful colors! Lin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. At the edge of the oval star ring, he could clearly see the appearance of the halo. How could it be described as faint? It was abnormally bright and rich. It was like the bright light in front of him. It was too clear. Phew! He let out a long breath. Lin Feng felt his heart tremble. He was deeply shocked by his own talent as a celestial spiritual master. Such aptitude was unparalleled in the Yanling Prefecture. It was already an existence that surpassed the legends. But this is only Yanling Prefecture. In the land of the 9 provinces, there must be stronger talents. Lin Feng nodded, understanding in his heart. Perhaps his talent was indeed very good, but there was always a higher mountain, and he could not be arrogant and self-satisfied. Moreover, no matter how good his talent was, if he did not cultivate diligently, what was the use? And if his talent was slightly inferior, such as his god of war talent, but when cultivated to the extreme, he could still possess extremely powerful strength and tyrannical strength. It was like fetching water, but some people used bottles, some used bowls, and some used buckets. However, the stronger one's talent, the more difficult it was to cultivate with half the effort. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He saw the star ring expand to the extreme, and the intense halo flickered. In an instant, a strong thought arose in his heart, and his mind was instantly immersed in the star ring, as if he had entered a new world. Whoosh! A loud and clear cry sounded, and a huge phoenix instantly appeared. Lin Feng, in one go. Second update, third update 2200 hours. Chapter 724. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng, Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu came out of seclusion almost at the same time. Because a new round of Yanling Royal Mansion was about to open, they couldn't waste this once-a-year opportunity. Especially for Lin Feng, this was a critical time. Not only was it related to the blood inheritance of the ancient divine beast Thunder Centipede, but it was also related to the safety of his master, Ji Jin. He had to get the 9-star immortal fruit to cure his master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave Yenling Royal Mansion and go to Shirluo County of the Suzaku continent. As a disciple, he had this responsibility. Second senior brother, you're almost at the peak of the Star Sea state? Lin Feng was surprised. Heh. Zhu Ling smiled. It's all thanks to your astral power spring water. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fast. Zhu Ling looked at Ji Xiu with glittering eyes and smiled. Ji Xiu isn't bad either. He's just a little bit behind me. Ji Xiu looked back at the passage in the blue sky. This is indeed a rare place to cultivate. Looking at the two of them, Lin Feng smiled and said, I'll take you to the 5th level of Yenling Royal Mansion. You'll definitely reach the Star Lord level in 10,000 days. Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu's eyes lit up. Indeed, 10,000 days was enough for them to break through. With their own strength, even if they formed a team, they weren't confident that they could break through the 5th level of the stairway to heaven. However, Lin Feng was completely different. With Lin Feng's strength, he could easily defeat the guardian of the 5th level of the stairway to heaven by himself. It was effortless. He could even defeat a Star Lord wizard. A human warrior at the peak of the Star Sea state? For Lin Feng, he could end the battle with one move. For Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu, they already owed Lin Feng a lot. It didn't matter if they owed him one more time. At least this time, they would reach the Star Lord level. It was too tempting. Then I won't be polite, Zhu Ling said and laughed. Thanks, Lin Feng. Ji Xiu smiled and nodded. Both of them understood that the current Lin Feng was no longer on the same level as them. Perhaps they were still chasing after Lin Feng's footsteps, but it was a goal, not a competition. It's nothing. Lin Feng chuckled. It's fate that we're together. After this trip to Yenling Royal Residence, I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again. A trace of loneliness appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He also felt helpless, but he had his own pursuit. It was impossible for him to stop. All of a sudden, Lin Feng smiled and said, Then, let's part here. See you in the Yenling Imperial Residence. All right. Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu nodded. Human soul, star weight 10 layers, star control strength 10 grades. Life spirit, star weight 10 levels, star control power 10 grades. Lin Feng had reached the 3rd stage of the peak Star Sea state in both his War God strength and his Celestial Spirit Master strength. He was one step away from becoming a Cosmic Lord. Just like Juan Macho the other day, she was only holding herself back from becoming a Star Lord. He only needed to focus on the breakthrough, and the Star Lord state would be within reach. However, it wasn't the time yet. Breaking through to the Star Lord state meant leaving Yenling Royal Residence like Juan Macho. Otherwise, the Star Lord sorcerer race would be attracted. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of that, but Yenling Royal Residence couldn't bear the danger. If there was another battle, would it be able to withstand it? It was unknown. There were some things that were best avoided. Swish. Lin Feng's eyes glittered as he galloped. There was still some time before the Yenling Royal Residence opened. He had some things to do that he had to complete. Xianglua City, Pegasus Gang's territory. There was a luxurious and resplendent skyscraper that flickered with sparkling and resplendent golden light. It was extremely luxurious. On the top of the building, a white Pegasus statue roared to the sky. It was the top building in Xianglua City, the Pegasus Building. Trash, all of you are useless trash. What are you doing? F***CK, do you have any brains? F***CK, I'm so pissed. In the hall, angry roars sounded like thunder. Sitting in the leader's seat, Ma Kuang's eyes widened like lanterns as he cursed with a ferocious expression. The Pegasus Gang's upper echelons all lowered their heads like obedient little wives. They didn't dare to talk back when they were scolded, and didn't dare to say a single word of disobedience. Since the first leader, Ma Ba, and the second leader, Ma Xiong, died, the third leader, Ma Kuang, was the leader. His words carried weight in the Pegasus gang, and no one dared to disobey him. However, he had a bad temper and would get angry every few days. Everyone could only accept it. At this moment, dang, 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 the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard as a disciple of the Pegasus gang rushed over in a panic. Reporting to the leader. The Pegasus gang disciple was about to kneel when Ma Kuang glared at him and roared, "What are you reporting for? Are you King blind? Can't you see that I'm teaching the little one a lesson? Who let you in?" The Pegasus gang disciple's face turned green as he knelt and kowtowed in fear. "What are you kowtowing for? I'm not dead yet," Ma Kuang roared. He let out a deep breath and narrowed his eyes, spit it out. "What's the matter?" He seemed to be thirsty as he picked up a cup of tea from the table and prepared to drink it. The Pegasus gang disciple hurriedly said, "It's like this. Leader, there's someone called Lin One outside who wants to see you." Lin One? The Pegasus gang's higher-ups frowned as they had never heard of this name before. Pooh! Ma Kuang spat out a mouthful of tea. His expression changed quickly as if he was flipping through a book. Ma Kuang abruptly stood up. The corners of his mouth seemed to twitch as he smiled unnaturally. "Quick, where is he? Quickly lead the way." Then, he took 2 steps forward with a silly smile on his face. He didn't even know that there were tea leaves on his lip. "Xiao!" Ma Kuang quickly left. The Pegasus gang members were left staring at each other in dismay. Who was this Lin One? It was Lin Feng. When he met Ma Kuang, he used a fake name. In fact, the name Lin Feng used in Green Smoke City was Lin One. "As senior, I've been waiting for you for so long." Ma Kuang bowed with a shy expression. He didn't look as fierce as before. If the other Pegasus gang disciples saw him, they would be shocked. This was actually their irascible first master? "How's the thing I asked you to do?" Lin Feng took a sip of tea and asked calmly. "Since senior asked, I'll do my best." Ma Kuang's eyes glowed as he said flatteringly, "Ever since I took over the Pegasus gang, Lord Qian has asked me to do things for him several times. However, he's a cautious person and doesn't leave much evidence behind. He only left behind his seal, the first time to convince the thousands of people in Goose Feather Gang of my identity. That's enough." Lin Feng smiled calmly. He didn't expect to leave behind any letters. The seal was enough. "Here it is, senior." Ma Kuang respectfully handed over a golden box with both hands. Lin Feng took it and opened it slowly. His eyes lit up. He had indeed seen a seal before. Closing the box, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and stood up. "Senior, you're leaving? Why don't you stay a little longer so that Junior can play host?" Ma Kuang asked. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he stared at this fence-sitter who was willing to betray his own brother for his own benefits. Although there was a murderous intent in his heart, he did not attack. "Take care of yourself in the future." Lin Feng left these words behind in an indifferent manner before leaving like the wind. Maybe he deserved to die, but he did work for him after all. Killing him would make him less reasonable. After all, he had done so many bad things, the heavens would punish him. Moreover, such vile people could be found everywhere. How could he kill them all? Chiyu Palace, Main Hall. Currently, Chiyu Palace was divided into 3 factions. The Elder Hall's faction, Lord Qian's faction, and the neutral faction. Fighting openly and covertly, the huge Chiyu Palace was now torn apart. Not to mention contending with the thousands of tribes in fierce Yen School, Yenling Prefecture's position as the 3rd faction was almost lost. It was in danger. The top 10 forces in the Yenling Prefecture had expanded their strength greatly during the crisis in the Yenling Prefecture. Especially the 4th faction, Tianxiong sect, which occupied 6 cities. Its strength had increased by more than half. It was a huge threat to Chiyu Palace. "I lead the war," Lord Qian said calmly. His gentle appearance gave people the feeling of a spring breeze, but his voice was cold and sonorous. "I lead the war." Ru Meng's eyes sparkled. Standing in front of the elders, she had the heroic bearing of a woman who wasn't inferior to men. Lord Qian's mouth twitched. "Third Miss, are you afraid? Don't worry, I will personally lead the war. We will definitely win and spread the name of Chiyu Palace. Tianxiong's sect won't dare to be presumptuous again." After saying that, Lord Qian stood up and looked at everyone with his cold eyes. He patted his chest and said, "I, Lord Qian, promise everyone here that if we don't win this war, I am willing to commit suicide to atone for my sins." Although Lord Qian's figure was handsome, he had the courage of a man. The neutral Chiyu Palace martial artists were all convinced. In an instant there was a lot of discussion below, and they all agreed with Lord Qian's actions. Ru Meng pursed her cherry lips and her beautiful eyes kept flashing. She wasn't stupid. She knew very well that this was a big opportunity for Lord Qian. If he led the army and defeated Tianxiong's sect in this war, Lord Qian's reputation in Chiyu Palace would be unshakable. He would sit firmly in the first position. At that time, it would be logical for him to be promoted from Vice Palace Master to Palace Master. Right now, Yanling Prefecture is peaceful. Although the situation is calm, there are dark waves surging. Ru Meng's beautiful eyes flickered. It's better to be quiet than to move. The hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. Tianxiong sect's high-profile actions will definitely attract the attention of Yanling Prefecture and Fierce Yen School. They will not have a good ending. Third Miss, you are wrong. Lord Qian smiled with strong confidence. The reason why Yanling Prefecture and Fierce Yen School are recuperating is because they suffered heavy losses after the war with the Sorcerer tribe. Now is the time for Chiyu Palace to rise. First, we will annex Tianxiong's sect and then plot against Yanling Prefecture. It is the best time to reshuffle Yanling Prefecture. Third Miss, to achieve great things, you must not be soft-hearted. Lord Qian's voice was firm. His words were sonorous and the crowd was excited. Not only were the neutral cultivators beaming with joy, but even some of the elders' courtyard's elders were also beaming with joy. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Whether it was eloquence or tactics, Ru Meng was indeed not Lord Qian's opponent. Her face flushed red, Ru Meng gritted her teeth, but her heart was burning with anxiety. Once Lord Qian was imprisoned, it would be more difficult than ascending to heaven to touch him. Lord Qian's eyes were bright, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. How could a young and inexperienced girl and a group of old fellows fight against him? But at this moment, I also want to fight. A casual and indifferent voice sounded in an instant. Third update, added today, old time 000. Chapter 725. Everyone was suddenly stunned. Looking back at the source of the voice, everyone, including Qian Jun, was extremely surprised. The doors of the main hall were still tightly shut, but a black figure had entered at some point in time, like a ghost. Xian Ran stepped out from the middle of the crowd with a calm expression and a faint smile. He had a superior temperament, and his eyes were shining brightly. The warriors of Chiyu Palace frowned, but they did not recognize him. Everyone, including Qian Jun, was unfamiliar with this black-robed young man, but his aura seemed to suppress everything. Not only did none of the cultivators dare to move, but even Qian Jun felt intimidated by it. That pair of sharp eyes seemed to see through him completely. "Who are you? Why did you barge into Chiyu Palace?" Qian Jun asked in a sharp voice. At this time, Ru Meng completely reacted, her beautiful eyes widening as she said in disbelief, "Lin Feng? Why are you here?" Lin Feng. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone took a deep breath, their faces aghast. This was the most famous name in Yanling Prefecture, the most widely discussed living legend, but there were very few people who had actually seen Lin Feng. Qian Jun's heart suddenly thumped, and the way he looked at Lin Feng changed instantly. Is it that Lin Feng? I don't know, he doesn't look like it. How can he be so young? Who said so? I heard that Lin Feng is a young warrior, but if it's really him, why did he come to Chiyu Palace? The warriors of Chiyu Palace were all discussing, extremely curious. However, no one stopped Lin Feng, allowing him to pass through the crowd and slowly step to the front of the hall. This was where the upper echelons of Chiyu Palace were. Long time no see, Rumeng, Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Then he looked behind Rumeng, and Lin Feng nodded gently, hello, elders. The elders stared at Lin Feng, still in a daze, and then looked at Rumeng. Obviously, the two were old acquaintances and their relationship seemed to be not bad? Long time no see, hero of Yanling Prefecture. Rumeng smiled sweetly. Seeing Lin Feng, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. It was as long as he was there, she didn't need to worry about anything. His originally hesitant and anxious mood instantly calmed down like a clear spring flowing through his body. Boom! The entire Chiyu Palace was in an uproar. Rumeng's one sentence undoubtedly affirmed Lin Feng's identity. There was only one hero in Yanling Prefecture. That was the Supreme Existence who had single-handedly suppressed the army of the Shaman tribe, the strongest person in Yanling Prefecture. Lin Feng. It was actually this young man in front of him. Wow, I've finally seen him in person. He's so young. Amazing. He already has such strength at such a young age. How terrifying will he be in the future? So my idol is like this. TSK. Breaking into the Chiyu Palace alone, how bold. But what is his relationship with the third miss? Clamorous voices rose and fell, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. Indeed, the strongest person in Yanling Prefecture, the Supreme Existence who had defeated the Shaman tribe. Who wouldn't be curious? As the back of his face could not be seen in the video, they could not see Lin Feng's true face. But now they saw him in person. Many martial artists were extremely excited as if they had seen their idol. Only one person's face was ashen. Qian Jun. Lin Feng definitely did not come at this time simply to visit Rumeng. One would not visit a temple for no reason. Qian Jun was extremely nervous. Shock, fear, hesitation, all kinds of emotions mixed together. I'm here on my master's orders to help an old ally, Lin Feng said with a smile. He had indeed come on orders. According to his master, this matter was just a piece of cake for him. In fact, even if it was just for Rumeng, he was willing to make this trip. This is Chiyu Palace's matter. Brother Lin Feng, this should have nothing to do with Fierce Yen sect, right? Qian Jun's eyes were deep as he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. That's wrong. Lin Feng smiled faintly and looked back at Rumeng. Fierce Yen sect and Chiyu Palace have always been allies during the time of the old palace master. Now, the Heavenly Hero Gang is ready to make trouble and try to bully Chiyu Palace. How can Fierce Yen sect stand by and watch when our alliance is in trouble? Rumeng smiled and nodded. Although she did not know what Lin Feng wanted to do, she believed in him. Lin Feng would never harm her. Oh! Qian Jun's eyes lit up and he smiled. Brother Lin Feng just said that you are also in charge of the battle? Having an additional helper from Fierce Yen sect would only bring benefits and no disadvantages. Qian Jun was naturally happy to do so. Anyway, this would not affect his command of Chiyu Palace. But was there such a good thing? Yes. Lin Feng nodded and looked straight at Qian Jun. He suddenly turned to look at Rumeng and smiled. However, Chiyu Palace must be led by third Miss Rumeng. Qian Jun's expression changed and he said coldly, "This is an internal matter of Chiyu Palace. Fierce Yen sect has no right to interfere." Lin Feng's eyes turned cold and his aura exploded, bringing with it a heavy pressure. Who said we have no right? In an instant, the entire hall of Chiyu Palace became tense and everyone's expression changed. A golden box appeared in Lin Feng's hand and he opened it with a bang. A seal floated in the air and shone. Qianjun, you colluded with the Wild Feather Tribe and tried to annex Chiyu Palace. Do you think Fierce Yen sect has the right to interfere? His voice was sonorous. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and his aura was pressing against Qianjun. He did not give in at all and took a step forward, bringing with him a strong aura. Lin Feng's murderous aura was revealed. Qianjun's expression turned ugly. Looking at the seal, Qianjun's face was ashen. He instantly understood everything. Lin Feng in front of him was as terrifying as a demon. His shocking aura completely suppressed him, like a mountain pressing down on his head, making him unable to move. This is framing me. Qianjun's voice was sharp as he said sternly, How can you convict me with just a seal? You're wrong. I'm not here to convict you. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His striding figure suddenly stopped, but he was less than 10 meters in front of Qianjun Clang. A cold light flashed and the amethyst spear appeared. Strong energy surged and Lin Feng's eyes were like thunder. I'm here to kill you, Lin Feng said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it caused everyone to be shocked. Alone, he broke into Chiyu Palace's territory and killed the deputy palace master of Chiyu Palace. How arrogant! But no one moved. Everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's aura. Qianjun's face was extremely pale. At this moment, he suddenly realized that even if he was in the main hall of Chiyu Palace and was surrounded by thousands of experts, there was only Lin Feng in front of him. Who could help him? No one, only himself. However, in the next moment, Qianjun's heart was suffocating. In front of him, the purple light flashed, and the terrifying power seemed to swallow everything. The aura was majestic, and it destroyed everything, including his consciousness. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Qianjun instantly turned into nothingness and died without a burial place. At the last moment, he suddenly realized that no matter how powerful he was, it was useless. Strength was everything. Someone as strong as Qianjun, who was almost at the peak of the star sea level, couldn't even take half a move from Lin Feng. This was the difference. The naked difference. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't say a word. It was too shocking. Hua! The purple crystal spear flashed and was sheathed. Lin Feng smiled indifferently as if he had just done something insignificant. Convict? Was there a need? If he wanted to kill him, then he would kill him. There was no need to reason. If it wasn't for Ru Meng, he wouldn't have to ask Ma Kuang for the seal. Perhaps this couldn't convict Qianjun, but it was enough to make the neutral Chiyu Palace martial artists lean towards Ru Meng's side and help Ru Meng take over Chiyu Palace more smoothly. As for himself, what did it have to do with him what the martial artists of Chiyu Palace thought? Even if they wanted to kill him, did they have the ability? This was strength, the true power to do whatever he wanted. In the entire Yenling Manor, he could do whatever he wanted. He had nothing to worry about, because he was the strongest person in Yenling Prefecture. My mission is complete, Ru Meng. Lin Feng smiled. Looking at Ru Meng, who was still in a daze, he patted her shoulder gently. I'll leave this mess to you. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. See you again. After saying that, without waiting for Ru Meng to reply, he disappeared like a gust of wind. But he came without a trace and left without a trace, leaving the entire hall of Chiyu Palace martial artists with their mouths wide open, unable to close for a long time. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng left abruptly. There wasn't much time left. He went straight to Yenling Manor. I've completed the mission you gave me, Master. Lin Feng smiled. although it was different from the way his master had instructed, but at least he had completed the mission. Although it's not the best way, it should be the simplest and most effective way. Once and for all. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lord Qian was dead. His subordinates were just a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It was difficult for them to make a difference. As long as Ru Meng wasn't stupid, the rest was just integration and pacification. For her, who had the support of the elder compound and was the third miss, it couldn't be easier. As for himself, he was just a passerby. So what if the Chiyu Palace martial artists hated him? After this trip to Yanling Manor, he would soon leave. He didn't know when he would return. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His figure was like lightning as he sped up. Goodbye, Ru Meng, my friend. I hope you're well. The fate between him and Ru Meng had come to an end. It should be said that the fate between him and Yanling Manor had come to an end. Lin Feng's eyes were indifferent, but he didn't care too much. Since he had chosen this path, he had already expected it. The only thing he could do was to keep moving forward. Added chapters, 4th update. Chapter 726. The Yanling royal residence was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless geniuses from the Yanling residence had gathered here. Almost all the large and medium-sized forces were gathered here. Whispering to each other, everyone was filled with anticipation. This was the sacred place that opened once a year. Wow, my idol Lin Feng is far ahead in the 100-year and 10,000-year rankings. He is indeed the strongest in the Yanling residence. His points are over 20 million. Look, the second place is only 75 million. Don't make a fuss. You don't know that when the Fierce Yen School and the Yanling residence went to war last year, Lin Feng alone slaughtered 500 experts from the Yanling residence and dominated the sacred place. Really? Are you kidding me? In front of the rankings, everyone was discussing animatedly. The topic of discussion was inseparable from the two words Lin Feng. After Zhu Ling had spread the video of the battle, Ji Jin had also greatly promoted it. Now, Lin Feng was not only the living signboard of the Fierce Yen School, but also the idol of all the young martial artists in the Yanling prefecture. The new generation surpassed the old. The era of Wan Macho was over, and so was the era of the Yanling residence. The Yanling residence would welcome the era of Lin Feng and the Fierce Yen School. In an instant, boom! The entire Yanling residence was in a hubbub. Qi Liang's cheers, mixed with excited screams, rose and fell one after another. Everyone's eyes were shining. They were overjoyed as they looked into the distance and saw their idol with their own eyes. Lin Feng was here. It caused a huge commotion. Ugh! Lin Feng was shocked by his own reaction. Feeling everyone's passionate and fiery gazes, he was a little uncomfortable. How did he become so famous? Feeling helpless, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Hearing familiar shouts, he looked over and saw second senior brother, Ji Xiu, and the others. Lin Feng smiled faintly and strode away. Familiar faces appeared in front of him. Ji Qing, Ji Jing, Ji Xiu, Lei Ba, Jin Youjiao, Qian Xian. They were all companions who went through life and death with him last year. Hello everyone, I'm late. Lin Feng smiled. Looking at these fellow disciples who were like brothers, he felt a sense of warmth. Ha ha, our boss is here. Lei Ba laughed. You should call him Captain. How rude, Ji Qing reprimanded. Damn it, I also want to join the first team. Yellow Gall curled his lips and said gloomily. TSK, only 19 spots. Do you think it's that easy? Qin Huaihui pouted. However, this caused Lin Feng to be stunned and slightly puzzled. Was the first squad related to him? It's like this, Lin Feng. The third elder walked over with a smile and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I heard that this is your last time entering the Yanling royal residence. Your master asked you to help lead a team. Do you mind? Then, Third Elder handed over an exclusive locator. The number 1 was clearly written on it, representing Team 1. So that was the case. Lin Feng suddenly understood. To be able to enter the first team, he must be the future pillar of Yanling Prefecture. Master has indeed given a lot of thought. Lin Feng smiled. He understood his master's intention. Anyway, to him, it was just a piece of cake. A team of 20 people, and he would encounter 3 stairway guardians in the stairway battle. It seemed much more difficult, but his master still underestimated him. Looking at the people around him, looking at their happy and excited eyes, then looking at their disappointed and gloomy expressions, Lin Feng took the locator and looked at Third Elder. He smiled and said, "How about this, Third Elder? Since I have to lead the team, it doesn't matter if there are more people. Please help me expand Team 1. Really? Third Elder's eyes lit up and he said happily. He and Ji Jin were afraid that Lin Feng would be too tired, so they kept the number of people at 20 after much consideration. However, the selection process was extremely tiring. Many elite warriors could not enter. Don't worry, Third Elder. Since Junior Brother has asked, there will naturally be no problem. Zhu Ling smiled and said, Then I'll pick. How many people? Third Elder raised his eyebrows and probed. 20 more? No, how about 10? You're joking, Third Elder. Zhu Ling smiled and said, Let's add 30 more to make a team of 50 people. Then, he looked back at Lin Feng. Is that okay, Junior Brother? Lin Feng smiled and said, Let's make it 100 people. What? This time, however, everyone was stunned. Zhu Ling's eyes widened. 100 people, Junior Brother, can you handle it? Third Elder swallowed his saliva and said, Lin Feng, your master wants you to lead Team 1 to the 5th layer of heaven, I know. Lin Feng nodded. How could he not understand his master's meaning? 100 people, hiss. Third Elder took a deep breath and counted with his fingers. If you challenge the stairway battle, Lin Feng, you will have to face 11 Peak Star Sea State Guardians. That's 11 existences equivalent to Wan Chou. Lin Feng smiled and said, Hurry up and pick, Third Elder. There's not much time left. Oh, okay. Seeing Lin Feng's confident expression, Third Elder did not dare to delay and quickly went to pick the people. At this moment, the people of Fierce Yen's sect heard this big news and instantly became excited. The originally disappointed and depressed expression instantly turned into a strong sense of hope. 100 people. Compared to the original 20 people, the hope had increased by more than a few times. In an instant there was joy and happiness. Looking at the excited faces of the people, Lin Feng smiled. Since he was going to lead a team, there was no harm in bringing more people. It would be his last contribution to the sect. In any case, there wasn't much of a difference between bringing 20 people and bringing 100 people. If he was willing, even if he brought all 450 people of Fierce Yen's sect, it would not matter. With his current strength, it was too easy to deal with Peak Star Sea State Guardians. However, the 5th layer of heaven was different from the 4th layer of heaven. It was much more dangerous. Moreover, he was only responsible for leading them. He could not always look after them like a nanny. Therefore, it was enough to choose 100 elite. It might not be a good thing to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Soon, under Third Elder's careful selection, a team of 100 warriors was formed. Such a huge team was not only unprecedented in Fierce Yen's sect, but also in the entire Yanling mansion. The surrounding people pointed at them and whispered among themselves. Although they were puzzled and surprised, the leader was Lin Feng, so no one dared to question him. Lin Feng's strength was unfathomable. It was evident that he could defeat a Star Lord sorcerer race alone. No matter how strong a Peak Star Sea State Guardian was, could he be stronger than a Star Lord sorcerer race? Just as the crowd was discussing, whoosh! Light shone. Boom! Rumble! A low sound was heard, shaking people's hearts. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the majestic door with bright eyes. At this moment, it was slowly opening. A bright white light appeared from the gap of the door, shining brighter and brighter. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yenling Mansion, open! Let's go. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He stepped forward with steady steps, revealing a faint sense of confidence. This time was completely different from the previous time. In the Stairway to Heaven battle, a team of 1 to 3 people would encounter a Stairway Guardian. A team of 4 to 10 people would encounter 2 Stairway Guardians. A team of 11 to 20 people would encounter 3 Stairway Guardians. After 20 people, every additional 10 people would increase the number of Stairway Guardians by 1. Now, the first team had a total of 100 people. In other words, the number of Stairway Guardians encountered in each heaven was 11. It was a shocking number. If it was a group battle, it would make sense for 100 people to deal with 11 Stairway Guardians. However, Lin Feng was alone. In the first heaven and second heaven, Lin Feng did not make a move. The Stairway Guardians with such strength were beaten to death by the people from Fierce Yen sect. They could not fight back at all. In the third heaven, Lin Feng still did not make a move. With Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu, these 2 martial artists who were close to the peak of the Star Sea level, leading the elites to battle, although they encountered some small obstacles, they still passed the trial without much fuss. They defeated the 11 Heaven Stairway Guardians and entered the 4th layer of heaven. And this time, Lin Feng was finally going to make a move. The Stairway Guardians of the 4th heaven were 11 peak Star Sea state. Defeating them would allow them to enter the 5th heaven. What a terrifying aura! Is this the power of a peak Star Sea state? We will be killed. Behind the stairway line, a faint layer of light separated the battlefield. As long as one did not cross the lightning pool, there would be no danger. The Stairway Guardians would not attack the warriors behind the stairway line. However, the aura of the 11 Stairway Guardians, 11 peak Star Sea states, was overwhelming. It was intimidating and threatening. Among the crowd, even Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu, who were close to the peak Star Sea state, felt suffocated and pressured. Their bodies trembled and their breathing quickened. But there was one person who did not seem to care. Slowly stepping into the pool of thunder, Lin Feng's expression was calm. It was as if he was doing something insignificant. But he crossed the stairway line. Pung! Lin Feng's eyes were burning with astral power. A faint battle intent was emitted, flashing with a touch of purple light. The purple crystal spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was like a flood dragon coming out of the sea. A roar broke the silence. It was Lin Feng. Clank! The spear intent swept across. The 10th layer of Emperor Shun's astral power and flames drove the spear intent to burst forth. Lin Feng charged into the encirclement of the 11 Stairway Guardians alone like a shooting star. His expression did not change. The shocking aura completely covered the aura of the 11 peak Star Sea states. It was a domineering aura that looked down on everyone. The pressure of the Li Yen sect was completely released. It was as if all the calamity had fallen on the black figure in front of them. They did not have to bear it anymore. The man and the spear had become one. Lin Feng's strength was fully displayed. What a powerful spear technique realm! Ji Xiu felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had always been proud of his sword technique realm. But now, after witnessing Lin Feng's spear skills with his own eyes, he realized that Lin Feng's spear skills had already surpassed his swordsmanship. Junior brother's strength is unfathomable. Zhu Ling nodded, his eyes shining. Although he was usually jovial and frivolous, his obsession with strength was very deep in his heart. Now that he was up close and personally witnessing Lin Feng's prowess, his heart trembled. At this moment, all the disciples of the Li Yen sect widened their eyes and held their breath. They did not even dare to blink, fearing that they would miss this unforgettable battle. What they saw now was a legendary battle. Lin Feng fought against 11 peak Star Sea States Stairway Guardians alone. almost in the blink of an eye, the stairway guardians disappeared one after another, turning into nothingness. Lin Feng, one man and one spear, seemed to have pierced through the sky. He was invincible. This was the strongest person in the Yanling sect. He was truly invincible. Part 1, Part 2, 2100 hours. Chapter 727. Lin Feng left. Under the respectful gazes of the people from Fierce Yen's sect, he left. It took less than 15 minutes to bring the 100 elites from Fierce Yen's sect to the fifth heaven. While the elite warriors of the Wild Goose tribe, the Divergent Moon Palace, and the other Wild Goose Mansion were still in the third and fourth heavens, the warriors of the Wild Goose School had already entered the fifth heavens. They had stepped into the area that no one had entered for 10,000 years. It was a great breakthrough. It increased their cultivation time by 10,000 days. Moreover, as the fifth heaven had yet to open, the people from Fierce Yen's sect could enjoy a safe period of 1,111 days. During this period of time, they could do whatever they wanted in the fifth heaven and look for treasures. There would definitely be no danger. It was a real breakthrough. And all of this happened because of the existence of one person. Lin Feng. Outside Wild Yanling sect. In front of the scoreboard, everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were extremely shocked. After entering Wild Yanling sect, the scoreboard had more than 1 million points in just a moment. The strangest thing was, from the first place to the 100th place, everyone's points were exactly the same. 1111000. Moreover, these 100 martial artists were all martial artists from Fierce Yen's sect. Damn, it can't be. So crazy? Sigh, don't count on it this year. The top 100 of the scoreboard are all occupied by Fierce Yen's sect. That's right, there's no need to look. Fierce Yen's sect is too much. Everyone was shocked and helpless at the same time. Everyone could guess how the 1111000 points were obtained. The third elder was beaming with joy at this moment. He had been a little worried at the beginning, but now he was completely relieved. The first team of Fierce Yen's sect, a team of 100 people, all entered the fifth heaven. They completely monopolized the scoreboard. Look, Lin Feng is only ranked at the 100th place. Are you stupid? One look and you can tell that Lin Feng brought people into the fifth heaven. It's true that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. No wonder so many people are fighting to get into Fierce Yen's sect. Everyone was in a heated discussion, but most of them were envious. Previously, when Juan Macho was so strong, there were still many people who were unconvinced, slandered, and even disdained him. However, Lin Feng's strength was built on the foundation of defeating the sorcerer tribe and saving Yanling Prefecture. If anyone dared to slander Lin Feng, not to mention the Fierce Yen sect, the entire Yanling Prefecture's martial artists' saliva would drown that person. Lin Feng was the undisputed hero of Yanling Prefecture, the fifth heaven. Currently, the hero was in seclusion. The points of the other 99 Fierce Yen school disciples continued to rise, but Lin Feng's points remained stagnant. It was because Lin Feng was trying to become a Star Lord. Since they had entered the Yanling royal residence, they no longer had to worry. He had to break through to the Cosmic Lord level to receive the blood inheritance. That was the agreement he had made with the master of the Goose Feather Mansion, the ancient divine beast Lei Xiao. Besides, Lin Feng had been holding himself back from breaking through to the Star Lord level because he was tired. But then, finally, this shackle was broken. He felt as if he had just escaped from a cage. Rebirth. A total of 10 days and 10 nights. When the constellation power was absorbed to the maximum and the star rings shone brightly, the balance of the energy in the human soul space was completely broken. Gathering too much constellation power was like adding sugar to a glass of water, completely changing the nature of the water. The moment has finally arrived. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His chest was heaving up and down, and his heart was filled with excitement. He had finally ushered in the opportunity to break through. He had been waiting for a long time. Inside the human soul, the original astral force ball was releasing power, trying to maintain the balance of the space. However, the constellation power was far more powerful than the sea of stars in the human soul. It was on a completely different level. Most importantly, the human soul had reached its limit. It was like a bottle full of water. No matter how much water it contained, it was still water in a bottle. If he wanted to contain more water, he had to break through and then rebuild. He had to make breakthroughs again and again, changing the bottle into a basin or even a bucket. That was the foundation of cultivation. Constantly improving. The appearance of the constellation power was the signal of the Star Lord level. It was the key to opening the door of cultivation. No matter if it was the 9.5 or the 10th level, the infusion of the star power, the cleansing of the body, was actually a process. One was for the body to accept the constellation power, and the other was for the body to slowly adapt to the energy. Today it was finally time to change. The human soul was about to break through. It was time for the war god to transform. It's starting. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A shocking aura filled the air. His human soul had reached its final moment. Breakthrough. Hua! Light shone brightly. The human soul's drastic change, filled with all kinds of energy that kept leaking out, filling the entire human soul space. The dense metal origin power, mixed with the constellation power of the Ursa Major constellation, was like a house being torn down, turning the originally tidy house into a mess. All kinds of energy gathered, one after another. Bright little stars, like a galaxy or a sea of stars, were destroyed and swallowed. The constellation power kept entering the body, seeping into the human soul. The astral force ball and the star rings shone brightly. Especially the star rings, they were like a primer, like a fuse. Such powerful energy! Such terrifying pressure. Lin Feng was shocked, his expression serious. His body lightly trembled, nervous and excited at the same time. Constantly absorbing, constantly changing. Finally, boom! It was like a flame exploding. A shocking power appeared, like the power of the heavens, unstoppable. The human soul seemed to be torn apart, a huge black hole seemed to appear in the space, the powerful suction force crushing everything. It was like the beginning of the world, when everything was in chaos, all the energy gathered at one point, the terrifying power made everything cease to exist. The galaxy, the sea of stars, the astral force ball, the star rings instantly collapsed and dissipated. The entire human soul space's energy was rapidly changing and undergoing a baptism, and under the powerful pressure of the black hole, it kept expanding and collapsing. Suddenly, boom! The starlight shone brightly. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, feeling shocked. In front of him, the Ursa Major constellation's light was incomparably bright, that domineering appearance, high up, looking down on all. It seemed to trample everything under its feet. At this moment, he seemed to be standing at the foot of the giant bear, looking up at the terrifying power of the heavens, the bear's eyes flashing brilliantly, comparable to the heavens. The strong body seemed to be supporting the entire starry sky, the roar like thunder, echoing in his ears. This is a truly invincible power. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. Compared to the power that shook the starry sky, what was his meager power? It was like an insignificant grain of sand in a desert. So strong. Lin Feng felt his body tremble. It wasn't fear, but excitement, his desire to become stronger. This power was very intimate. The Star Lord level is a qualitative upgrade. Using the power of the constellation, what is improved is also the power of the constellation, what is strengthened is also the power of the constellation. Everything is a new beginning. Lin Feng thought to himself, knowing the details. His master had mentioned this to him, and he had asked Juan Macho that day. The Star Lord level was different from the Star Sea level. It wasn't an advancement, but a transformation. At this moment in the outside world, Lin Feng was surrounded by starlight, and his entire body was filled with intense red light. That was a vast amount of astral energy, condensed from the pure astral energy of the constellations, causing Lin Feng's entire being to radiate a divine light. On his forehead, there seemed to be the silhouette of a gigantic bear, filled with a clear tyrannical aura, unexcelled in the world. His bones, cells, skin, everything was changing. It was a process of baptism. The 9.5 gears, marrow cleansing, was just the beginning, like a warm-up before a battle. Now it was the real beginning. Marrow cleansing, from 9.5 gears to 10 gears, the constellation power and the body were completely adapted, enough to withstand the baptism. The process from the peak of the Star Sea level to the Star Lord level had a success rate of more than 90%, which was quite stable for martial artists. The success rate depends on the strength of the body. Lin Feng smiled faintly. For himself, this 90% success rate was 99,999%, infinitely close to 100%. It was impossible to fail. The baptism was very easy. His body wasn't inferior to that of a newly ascended Star Lord level martial artist. This was the benefit of dual cultivation. Although the improvements seemed insignificant, they were accumulated over and over again. His body had long surpassed the peak of the Star Sea level. The success rate was much higher. After the baptism, his body would be stronger. Duo once said that the foundation of the body is the most important, because it determines the extent of future growth. Although dual cultivation will take a long time, it's worth it. Lin Feng was well aware of the benefits of dual cultivation. This was what his master, Duo's master, Bai Li Feng, had said in person. Time passed little by little. The baptism of the constellation power depended on the martial artist's body's endurance. Lin Feng undoubtedly maximized the effect of the baptism. In front of him, the Ursa Major constellation lit up again. The 7 main stars were unusually bright, and the brightest one was the light spot on the bear's head. The power of the main star was dazzling. Lin Feng felt his consciousness slowly seeping into the starry sky, and the 7 main stars kept enlarging in front of him. All of a sudden, a large starry sky appeared in front of him. Hundreds of millions of stars appeared in front of him. Big and small, bright and dark, countless stars appeared, decorating the boundless starry sky. But in an instant, his vision turned black. He felt like he was being squeezed by a terrifying force, and his body felt suffocated. Boom! His head felt like it was exploding. In an instant, Lin Feng seemed to open his eyes, and his heart raced. The starry sky around him was dim, and the bright stars could no longer be seen. The energy in the space was completely different from before, and he felt like he had come to another void. The energy here was not as strong as the starry sky just now. It felt like the beginning of the world. In the darkness there was only one star. It was small, bright, and resplendent, like the light floating in the palm of one's hand. So close, so familiar. It's like a part of my body, and I can completely control it. Control, Star Master. And this familiar constellation power, Lin Feng smiled faintly, his heart filled with a strong sense of excitement. He had finally reached the Star Lord level. Second update, third update 000. Chapter 728. War God finally broke through. Star-Lord level meant stepping into a new level. A brand new body, a brand new feeling. Closing his eyes, the feeling around him was completely different. If we say that Starcraft ranks exist in this world, then this world. Then Star-Lord level is the master of this world, with supreme power. With a slight smile, Lin Feng clearly sensed his surroundings. His body seemed to have merged with the dense spirit energy, completely immersed. In particular, the metal origin energy was even denser. It was like little dancing fairies, making him feel incomparably close. Compared to the other 4 types of origin energy, it was much more intimate. Not only that, even the structure of the world, the flow of time was like a ray of light in front of him. A very strange feeling. His soul walked the path of time. But different from the constellation power, he could only feel it, but not control it. Phew, letting out a long breath, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His vision was much clearer, the world seemed to be filled with life and vitality. When Lin Feng clenched his fist, he clearly felt that his body had improved tremendously. The corners of his lips curled up in satisfaction. After the baptism of the constellation power, my body is indeed different. My body's aptitude has greatly improved. And this is only the beginning. Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling a strong sense of confidence. His body seemed to be filled with the constellation power of the Ursa Major constellation, causing his body to completely transform. Most importantly, this was only the first baptism. Next, it's the Fate Soul's turn to evolve. My body will undergo the second baptism. Lin Feng smiled, excited. He really wanted to know, a brand new body, after the baptism of the Phoenix constellation, how strong would it be? What? His eyes instantly changed. From the human soul to the Fate Soul control, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, immersing himself in it. His mind stabilized, the astral treasure staff flashed in his hand. Once again absorbing the star power. It was the power of the Phoenix constellation. See. A bright red light appeared, instantly passing through the star ring and the astral treasure staff, entering his body. Lin Feng exhaled softly, but his brows furrowed. He felt an indescribable resistance. The power of the constellations seeped into his life spirit, but circulated within his body. It was merely a circulation. What's going on? Lin Feng was stunned. The constellation energy continued to gather in his body, accumulating more and more as it continued to sink. It was not absorbed by the cells, bones, blood, skin, and so on. It was as if he was being rejected. Why is this happening? I could have absorbed it earlier. Lin Feng pursed his lips, his brows tightly knitted together. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find an answer. Suddenly, whoosh! The Phoenix astrolabe in his body instantly lit up. Lin Feng was stunned. This time, he hadn't touched the Phoenix astrolabe at all. However, almost in an instant, the second golden fate astrolabe shone brightly. A strong golden aura covered his body, and his body changed rapidly. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. What happened? Why did the Thunder Slaughter armor appear on its own? His body was changing rapidly. Lin Feng was stunned. He was lost in the clouds and couldn't figure out what was going on. The Lightning Slaughter armor appeared once again. It was still shining brightly, and a strong golden aura bloomed from it. The 2 horns on its forehead flashed with intense lightning, and it looked like a bolt of lightning. Zzz, zzz. The lightning was ferocious, with a strong sense of oppression. Lin Feng's heart shook violently. The feeling was completely different from before. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me, little guy. A calm voice sounded, with a hint of joy. Lin Feng's eyes widened. The voice was very familiar. This was Senior Thunder Slaughter? Lin Feng remembered. This voice, wasn't it the owner of this place, the ancient divine beast Thunder Slaughter? Come and find me. Don't waste time. Thunder Slaughter's voice sounded again, but this time, Lin Feng's brows relaxed and he nodded. It seemed that Senior Thunder Slaughter could solve the problem he was facing? Lin Feng glanced up and vaguely saw the lightning horn with thunder and lightning. His eyes suddenly brightened. Senior Thunder Slaughter should be using this to communicate with him. And this energy, it had appeared when he fought with Juan Macho that day. No wonder I survived the magnetic explosion unscathed. I was only injured but not killed. I'm afraid it must be related to this horn and Senior Thunder Slaughter. Deep in thought, Lin Feng immediately stood up. The sensor searched for the location of the Purple Star Realm. His body flashed and disappeared in an instant. The only way to find Senior Thunder Slaughter was to enter the Purple Star Realm again. It wasn't easy to find the Purple Star Realm, because the chances were quite small even with the sensor. The entrance to the Purple Star Realm only appeared for a split second. Although the probability of the fifth heaven appearing was 10 times higher than the fourth heaven, it was still just an inconspicuous grain of sand in the desert. Ordinary people would not be able to see the Purple Star Realm at all. Waiting patiently. It was like waiting for dawn to appear in the darkness. One day, another day. 10 days, another 10 days. Until, now. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. However, the Purple Star Realm would only appear once every 10 days, and there was no pattern to its appearance at all. Waiting for the rabbit to appear by itself required a certain amount of luck. He had waited for a full month. Now it was finally here. Boom. It was as if there was an explosion. The wind vortex flickered, and the light of the star power gathered around his body. Lin Feng increased his speed to the extreme and went all out. I can't miss it! There's still time. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng's head tightened. If Zhu Ling and Ji Xiu saw it, their jaws would probably drop. It was just a light shadow. Swoosh! It broke through the air. In front of him, a purple light flashed, but it slowly closed like an eye. However, a black shadow with a red light penetrated in an instant. Whoosh! The purple light disappeared. As for Lin Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He finally entered. Lin Feng looked around curiously. He had entered the Lightning Star Realm directly. He was quite familiar with this place. This time last year, in order to complete the test, he had entered 3 times and interacted with the ancient divine beast, Lightning Xiao. Now, he was back again. It seems like I don't need to go through another test. Lin Feng smiled slightly, very satisfied. He was satisfied not because he didn't need to go through the test, but because he was now. Because after leaving the Lightning Star Realm, he would be at the place where he took the test that day. There were countless wizard tribes. At that time, he could completely pluck the 9-star immortal fruit and complete the mission of saving his master. It was very smooth. At this moment, whoosh! The space trembled, and Lin Feng's expression changed. The pressure around him appeared, and his vision suddenly blurred. The feeling was completely different. It was a chaotic space, and it was abnormally familiar. He had entered it before that day. Looking ahead, there was only one existence in front of him. It was shaped like a red leopard, and its iron hooves glowed with black light. Its body was densely covered with golden scales. Dense metal elemental energy gathered, and the white mane behind its neck and feet were dense. On its head, 2 spiral horns condensed with furious lightning. It was mighty and unparalleled. 6 tails flashed with intense energy, and it was arrogant and domineering. The ancient divine beast, Lightning Xiao. Greetings, Senior. Lin Feng bowed respectfully. Although the senior in front of him seemed to be heavily injured, his strength was still unfathomable. Even with his current strength as a Star Lord, he still felt like he was at the Star Ocean level. Senior Lightning Xiao was abnormally far away. Unreachable. Since I've reached the Star Lord level, I should call you Master. Lightning Xiao's eyes flashed coldly, and lightning surrounded his body. "Greetings, Master." Lin Feng knelt on one knee with a respectful expression. He had already mentally prepared himself. Since he had accepted the blood inheritance, it meant that he would inherit Lightning Zhao's legacy. Not only his inheritance, but also his everything, including the Lightning Star realm. Compared to ordinary masters and disciples, their relationship was closer. After all, he would be Lightning Zhao's only successor. Since you entered the Lightning Star realm and received the perfect reward, it's fate. From now on, you and I are master and disciple, Lightning Zhao said with a calm expression. There's no need for the etiquette of the mortal world, disciple. I don't need you to be my disciple. You just need to inherit my legacy, and that's enough. Last year, I briefly mentioned the blood inheritance to you, Lightning Zhao said. Lei Meng said slowly. No matter if it's an ancient divine beast or an ancient ferocious beast, the inheritance of blood can only be obtained once in a lifetime. It's equivalent to the continuation of the bloodline, and I never thought that I would pass it on to a human being. Lin Feng nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Although his master's words were shocking, there were many things he didn't understand. But now wasn't the time to ask. After all, he had just become Lightning Zhao's disciple, and their relationship was still unfamiliar. Because of the limitations of the human body, the blood inheritance will take a long time. As for how long it will take, I can't give you a definite answer now, but you have to be mentally prepared. Because you're a human, so, this process may not be that easy. Lightning Zhao's voice was calm, but his words were extremely shocking. Lin Feng heard it and immediately raised his head. Master, don't worry. I can take it. He had suffered a lot along the way, so how could he not be able to take a little pain? Thinking back to the day when his body absorbed the phoenix blood, it was also heart-wrenching, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Thinking about it, his master's once-in-a-lifetime blood inheritance wouldn't be too bad. Pain, he wasn't afraid. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise to the top. Lightning Zhao gave a rare smile. Is that so? Back to the topic. Lightning Zhao's expression was serious, and his eyes were burning. Although the process is long and painful, but as long as you can take it, the benefits you'll get are incomparable. When the blood inheritance is over, you'll have the strength of a saint, just like the other divine beasts. What? Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Lin Feng widened his eyes in shock and stared at Lightning Zhao. He was completely dumbfounded. Directly become a saint. Was this a joke? Third update. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.